turn everything on.
Две-три минуты.
We will start in
Трансляция пошла.
Colleagues, we're ready. The simultaneous interpretation is working. Can we start?
Дорогие коллеги, сегодня...
Dear colleagues.
Я Григорий Консон.
Yes, my name is Grigori Kanson, a co-organizer of the conference. And it is my great pleasure to introduce one of the elite sections of Humanities Vs Sciences, and this is the section devoted to history and cryodynamics. So it's modeling of historical processes. So what was reflected long ago in Asimov's creation. And we have here our leading colleagues. And first of all, allow me to introduce our moderators, because I will say a couple of words first, and then I'll give floor to our moderators. This is Leonid Borodkin, a corresponding member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Lomonosov Moscow State University, and Alexei Klemeshov, assistant professor, Moscow Region State University, MIPT University. And if I may, I will introduce our keynote speaker, and then I will pass the reins over to you. Our first keynote speaker is Andrei Korotayev, Doctor of Science in History, leading research fellow, head of the Laboratory for Monitoring the Risks of Socio-Political Destabilization, HSC University, leading research fellow, Division of Oriental History, Russian Academy of Science, Institute of Oriental Studies, professor, with a keynote towards mathematical modeling of big history processes. Please welcome. Please, you have the floor. Right.
Ну хорошо, да. Ну да, ладно, тогда вот так получилось, вы перепутались.
Okay, apologies for having my slides in English. I'll keep the English slides, but I will be speaking Russian. So, what we talk about here is that when we start talking about long-term processes of big history and the attempts to model those processes, at least at the sociological phase of big history, it inevitably encounters the problem of singularity.
Проблема
Overall, this problem has become particularly prominent due thanks to the activity of Raymond Kurzweil, who is a director on machine learning in Google. And I think many have noticed that Google Translate have become a much
ну,
better, and this is in many ways thanks to Kurzweil, who
кто
was one of the first to position the key phase transitions in the big history. And since the formation of, he tried to do that since the formation of galaxy to the recent phase transitions, and he positioned that like that as a row where
отложено время
on
временем,
axis it's the present time, and ordinate
перехода
axis it's the time until the next phase transition, and this is the curve we have. And in principle, in order to analyze it, it makes sense to do what Alexander Panov has done.
он предложил
So this is a transformation,
поделить на
and
время
he
до
suggested transformation, take the unit as divided by the time till phase transition. As a result, we get the velocity of microevolution.
фазовых
So the number of phase transitions
времени. Но здесь
per
как раз
unit of time. And these are typical phase transitions that we see here.
и с одной
And
стороны
correspondingly, on the one hand, it's a Cambrian explosion. On the other hand, it is a transition to agrarian revolution or industrial
Вот тогда вот
revolution.
такая картинка, это если делать
And
преобразование
as a result, we have this picture. This is
на
Panov's
вот ряд Курцвелла. Но в этом случае тогда у нас получается уже более
range, which is similar to Kurzweil's range, and we get a better picture, visual picture. That's a increase in the rate of macroevolution per unit of time.
Значит, соответственно, если преобразовать вот ряд Курцвелла,
So if we transform the Kurzweil's
в принципе, вот этот вот ряд, который
range and
обратно не крутит, обратно вернуть. То есть
can I go back? I can go forward, but I cannot backwards. Can I go back?
А вот этот вот ряд, который здесь показан, вообще-то, в принципе, это, строго говоря, не вполне ряд Курцвелла, потому что исходные данные это такого Теодора Модиса, такого швейцарского исследователя.
This is Theodor Modis, a Swiss researcher. So I will be referring to it as a Kurzweil-Modis range. And if we transform this range using Panov's approach,
Пока переключайтесь, да, я буду говорить следующий слайд просто, да. Ну давайте следующий слайд.
Next slide, please.
Заработало, да?
Yes, this slide, so now it's working. So if we transform Modis Kurzweil range using Panov's approach, this is the picture we get. And if we analyze it, the function which best describes this range is a hyperbolic function with a power, and we see that the power here is practically can tell the difference with 1, so it can be rounded to 1, and a square would be the perfect description for that. Next slide, please.
Ну да, да, вот видно это в двойном логарифмическом
We see
масштабе.
this in the double logarithmic scale, and this function describes this range almost
Если это в более
perfectly.
привычном виде, то получается, что у нас уравнение, описывающее вот это вот
We have this equation that describe the global macro evolution throughout.
ну, вот описывается таким простеньким уравнением. Ну, то есть скорость планетарной макроэволюции равняется
So the
2.
velocity of planetary macroevolution equals 2.054 divided by x, and x is time to singularity. Next slide, please.
Ну, учитывая, что сингулярность у нас здесь получилась,
And take into account the singularity here is 2029. In reality, we have this is the function we have, and the velocity of planetary macroevolution at the time of t is 2.054 divided by 2029 minus t. That's time.
соответственно, число фазовых ходов за
And
единицу.
the microevolution meaning the number of phase transitions per unit of time. And the overall equation is t equals c divided by t of singularity minus t. Next slide. These are the results of analysis of Kurzweil-Modis graph. And in principle, this Modis graph was published in 2002. However, Kurzweil used it in 2005, and parallel to that, Alexander Panov from Moscow State University tried to perform a source analysis with what Modis was doing. He built his own graph of phase transitions, and he was acting independently. I talked to Panov, and he confirmed that he learned about the existence of Modis from me several years ago. When he created his graph, he created it independently from Modis, and he analyzed the sources. And they give references to the sources that they used, and there are no overlaps between those sources. Modis used English-speaking sources. Panov predominantly was using Russian sources, and the graphs, they differ considerably. If we look at Panov's graph, if we could go back several slides. Go back, please. Here, this is Modis graph, and we see here that the data points do not coincide. So they receive different phase transitions. But if we analyze Panov's graph, which was created independently from a Modis Kurzweil graph, then this is the result we get. And data singularity date is practically identical. In Modis Kurzweil's case, it's 2029. Here we have 2027. And the equation doesn't differ practically, because the power in the denominator is practically cannot be differentiated from 1. R squared is practically ideal 1, 3/9 after the point. So in the dual logarithmic scale, this is what we see. And as a result, if we take more standard formula, we see that the parameter in the denominator differs. The denominator is practically the same, but take into account it's the scale of 4 billion years. So an error of 2 years is practically negligible. So we have two graphs which were composed by two researchers independently from each other. So we get a very close picture of speeding up of planetary evolution. It means there is regularity here. And what should be added is that back in 1958, Heinz von Förster and his colleagues published in the Science magazine, they published their famous article where they showed that between the first and the year 1958, the world's population dynamics can be described in an extremely accurate way with an astonishingly simple equation that n at the point of time t equals c divided by t singularity minus t in the power of 0.99, so which is practically 1. And the parameter t0 was estimated by von Förster and his colleagues as 2026.87, which corresponds to November 13, 2026. And this made it possible for them to supply the article with a public relations masterpiece title, Doomsday, Friday, November 13th, 2026. And I even had a lecture which was titled Friday 13th, November 13th, 2026, there won't be a doomsday. Doomsday will not happen. But now I've kept saying that, but now I have doubts, honestly, whether maybe it's true. Moving on. What is especially important for us is that, as was the case with the equation above, the denominator's exponent 0.99 turned out to be only negligibly different from 1. And as has been shown by von Höhne and Kapitsa, whom we know very well, it can be written more succinctly as well without the powered indicator and 226.87. It makes sense to round it up to 2027 because this 0.87 doesn't play any role. So as a result, we get there is equation or equation for the growth of population according to von Hurst, which was where C is 2027, C divided by 2027 minus T. Next slide. And this equation describes the dynamics of the population with fantastic precision, and at least until the beginning of 1970s, last century. And it describes this nearly perfectly. Here, we also see that at the top, we have the equation of growth of planetary complexity according to Panov, and it works starting 4 billion years ago until the present day. And at the bottom, we have a first equation, and they are practically indifferentiate, cannot be differentiated. They're practically indistinguishable. And so the equation of the growth of planetary complexity and the equation for the growth of the number of population, they're practically identical, which is trivial because the Panov's equation is the growth rate of planetary complexity, and von First equation is a differential equation.
You know, you can see that at the bottom. But in reality, the question rises that is it an accident or is it not? Is it accidental or not? And we can claim that in principle it is not an accident. And that is quite a deep interdependence. So in any case, this bears witness to the existence of quite a strict global evolutionary connections here, describing the evolution, in our opinion, during the number of billions of years, which can be quite well described using quite simple mathematical functions and the presence of global macro evolutional acceleration described with this quite simple equation, taking into account that naturally correspondingly here, that in principle this von Foerster, the algebraic TC divided by a T star minus T, that is the solution of the differential of equation on the right, d and dt equals n square over c, and so the pattern of the acceleration can be recorded like this, so that the global acceleration rate is c over t star minus t, or delta y delta t over delta t is y square over c dash. So where c is a parameter in the following hyperbolic equation. So this is the global complexity here that Ben Ras is like, this is the acceleration of this rate in m squared. So this means that the question arises that if it turns out that the complexity has been growing and singularity on the Friday the 13th, such and such year. So does it mean that? Does it really mean that on that very day, that in 2026, quite soon, the acceleration rate of the global complexity will reach infinity, and that is where singularity will occur. So we can say that in principle that will not happen. Why? Because you can clearly see this in the dynamic of the growth of population of Earth. It is quite well known that from the start of the 70s, the dynamic of the population growth on Earth is coming to the pattern of hyperbolic acceleration. It's closer and closer to that, and the number of people on Earth is started accelerating. And this is quite well described. This is logical. This is theory of demographic transition. The mechanisms are quite clear. Why the system is why this process has been exacerbated, and so there is no basis to claim that the growth rate in 2026 will go into infinity. With this quite a solid ground to claim that this pattern will actually slow down a little bit, and this pattern will continue for the possible predictable future. So from 2019, and in Russian version there was an updated prediction there. And by the end of the century, according to the last prediction, the numbers starting to reduce. The number of people on Earth will start reducing, and but in principle, by the end of the century, so in principle, we can make a claim that hyperbolic pattern has been replaced by an opposite pattern, slowing down of the growth rate. And taking into account the fact that during the time when human being appeared on Earth and up until 1970s, the numbers of people was closely correlated with the global planetary complexity, and we can expect that this will lead the changes of this pattern of global complexity. So this means that in principles, it means that the analysis
строгих глобальных макроэволюционных закономерностей, описывающих эволюцию сложности нашей планеты в течение многих миллиардов лет, которые могут быть очень точно описаны довольно простыми математическими функциями. Но в то же самое время этот анализ заставляет считать, что в районе точки сингулярности
At point of singularity, and one shouldn't expect falling course for any unprecedented growth of technological development. Hence, there is more reason to interpret this point as an indication on the turning point
глобальный
when the global trends are going to slow down for in the long term. And we're coming back to the point that the equation of growth of global complexity and the equation of
it turns out to
growth
be
of the
totally
population.
identical. Why? Why is it? What's behind this? It's in general what is happening here. Our colleagues, Alexei Fomin, he pointed that there was the regularity discovered by Sergei Kapitsa, published in 1996. During the social phase of the big history, the population of Earth, between each pair of biospheric revolutions, the phasic transitions increased by approximately the same number of times, according to Fomin's calculation, somewhere around 2.8, according to Panov, according to about 2.8. And we've calculated that it is confirmed, but the number looks very much like E. I don't know, is this an accident or not? It's very difficult to judge the number E. And what does it lead to? That if we, correspondingly, every phase transition, if between phase transitions of the population grows the same number of times, then the hyperbolic growth, the population, depends on time before singularity. If time before singularity decreases, then the number of people increases. And that is the situation when it is modeled, when the number of people on Earth between the phase transition increases by threefold, so 3 times. So the increase in hyperbolic growth, it's 3 times. That means the decrease of time to singularity by 3 times. So the period between phase transitions is decreased as well. So the speed, the velocity of the speed of macroevolution is the value inversely connected to so this the number of phasic transitions in the unit of time. So that leads to the situation that the speed of macroevolution and this Kapitsa regularity dependency is the other side of the numbers of people on Earth. It's the numbers of people on Earth, and the speed of growth of planetary complexity should be growing according to one and the same law. And you can see it in a more formal fashion. From one biospheric revolution to another, this accompanied with the growth of population by like alpha times again. So and at the same time, the global complexity, the index of global complexity grows by a unit, and this is what we get. This K times alpha to this is where the N is index of global complexity, and this could be between this is the coefficient of proportionality between n and alpha to the power of n. So the atom point of t and t equals some parameter t divided by 27 minus t. And so this is what we get k times alpha to the power n equals C
Значит,
over 2027 minus T. So then it means that if we take natural logarithm log of the left and the right, and we turn the natural logarithms, we have this transition. Then we calculate what n is, the index of global complexity. Then we differentiate this. This equation 7, we differentiate that, and then on the output we get the growth rate of global complexity is described by the parameter
таким образом
C over 2027 minus T. So analytically we get that if a hyperbolic growth, if there exists hyperbolic growth of population of Earth, and that Kapitsa's regularity works with alpha to the power of n, then
планетарной
the
сложности
global rate of growth of planetary complexity, then we get that the number of people on Earth should be growing, should be actually corresponding to that.
находится
It should be noted that this is in bad agreement, not in a bad agreement with mathematical models of hyperbolic growth of the world population.
мирового населения, численность населения.
And such models tend to consider the hyperbolic growth of the world population as a result of a functioning of the positive feedback mechanism of the second order between demographic growth and the technological development. When the technological development, which most vividly manifested as biospheric revolutions, so like a Neolithic revolution or the Industrial Revolution, significantly accelerated the growth rate of the population, which, by virtue of the principle, the more people, the more inventors, through the collective learning mechanism, accelerated the onset of each successive biospheric revolution, which usually corresponded to a new major technological breakthrough. In particular, this correlates very well with the idea that had been developed long ago by Taagepera and Kremer, laureate of a Nobel Prize, and Podlazov, our incubator, and Cyril, who demonstrated that the global technological growth rate is to be proportional to the global population. And they explained that hyperbolic growth of the world population through this point. And really, if we look at this description of the biospheric revolutions according to Panov, we look at the human history, we see that all of them, they match certain technological breakthroughs. And the growth rate of planetary complexity and macro-technological growth, they in sync, practically in sync. So, as we can see, in the description of 7 out of 8 biospheric revolutions identified by Panov, he explicitly mentions major technological breakthroughs associated with them. The same is more or less true with respect to the Modi's Kurzweil series. Thus, for the both series, with respect to the period after 40,000, so the canonical milestone, complexity jumps, global phase transitions by spheric revolutions corresponded very strongly to major technological breakthroughs. Thus, for both series, for the social phase, the growth rate of the planetary complexity reflects to a very precise degree the macro technological growth rate. For example, Michael Kremer describes the following causes of why he expects a high correlation between the demographic and technological dynamics. The high population spurs technological change because it increases the number of potential investors. All else equal, each person's chance of inventing something is independent of population. Thus, in a larger population, there will be proportionally more people lucky or smart enough to come up with new ideas. Thus, the growth rate of technology is proportional to total population. the more people, there potentially will be more people who will be smart enough to come up with new ideas. So this is the direct quote. The growth rate of technology is proportional to total population. So Kramer, 1993, he postulated this interdependency, which has been rediscovered again. So Kramer exactly wrote that the growth rate, delta n over delta t, this is C2 over 2027 minus t, and then this is identical to the population growth rate. So this the match, the technology is proportional to the population. So at the same time, the theory, that's the already theory by Kramer, Podlazov, and theory would allow to expect that for the human part of the big history, we should find a rather high correlation between the size of the world population and the global revolutionary macro development rate. However, I'm sure that Tagipera, Prima, Podlazov, and Cyril themselves will be a bit surprised to see that their theoretical expectation finds such strong support for a test employing an apparently rather imperfect proxy of the global technological growth rate. Quite a remote proxy. Because if we take the correlation of the number of urban population, for example, and correspondingly global growth rate of planetary complexity, or technological growth for the human history, the correlation is very close to 1. So this is what it looks like in logarithmic scale. This is quite a good correlation. So this stems from the theory mentioned above. So note that we still obtain the same results when we use estimates developed more directly to measure the global technological growth rate. Greening attempts to estimate specifically this. Here you can see quite a good correlation. Just lower, but it's R squared 983, so it's not too bad. And so our calculations suggest that the fact that rates of growth of global complexity in the Panov series and the population of Earth until the beginning of 1970s grew according to the same law, and it is by no means an accident pattern, a manifestation of a fairly deep pattern. Thus, at the social phase of the universal and global history, the hyperbolic growth rate of the increase in global complexity, the hyperbolic increase in the global rate of the technological development, and the hyperbolic growth of the population of the Earth turn not to be closely related aspects of a single process. This, by the way, makes one expect that the global demographic transition and the cessation of the hyperbolic growth of the Earth's population will be accompanied by a radical change in the patterns of the growth of global complexity and technological development, which naturally move more and more from the hyperbolic to a fundamentally different model, which is still waiting to be investigated. To naturally move more and more away from hyperbolic to a fundamentally different model, which is still waiting to be investigated. And at this, I'll probably stop, and I'll just tell you that in more detail, this is in English language. This is our book, and that's been published in Springer Publishing House. It published it. This is the 21st Century Singularity and Global Futures, Big History Perspective. So this is the book that the evolution of the singularity has been described. So at this, I'll stop.
Thank you, Andrei Vitalyevich, for interesting keynote. And I believe that both the audience colleagues here and the online, they may have questions or comments. So let's start with questions. Дмитрий Витальевич.
Это очень интересно, безусловно. Но я думаю, что поскольку вы
It's a
оперировали
very interesting topic, and since you were talking in the spans of millennia and even millions of years, I have a philosophical question: can everything be calculated? And that, I guess, this argument has a very long history.
Все, но с разной степенью сложности.
I guess it looks
Крайне
like
сложно, ну, не видно.
yes, there are things which are difficult to calculate. We don't know how to calculate the time being, the present time, but it doesn't mean that in some 200 or 300 years of time won't be able to calculate that. And I think everything's possible. There are things which are extremely difficult to calculate, and right now we don't know. The divine absolute can be calculated, right? It seems so. Thank you. There is a question online. Mikhail wants to ask a question. We see that he joined us online. No, it was our interpreter who just let us know about the quality of sound. So please, just for interpreters to be able to hear when you speak, please keep mic close to you when you speak. And second big request, if you don't talk, please switch off the microphone.
Вот, спасибо большое.
Just to avoid having an echo.
Так, коллеги, еще вопросы или соображения?
Colleagues, more questions, please, or comments?
В тех вопросах, которые вы анализируете, абсолютно дилетант, потому что я занимаюсь
apologize, I'm diligent in those questions which you work with and analyze, because I work with much shorter spans of time and much lesser problems which have to do with political
То есть вы настолько убедительно
consciousness and behavior. So maybe I have a naive question. You were very convincing in talking about regularities and the connections between the number of people living on Earth, technological acceleration, macro evolution, etc. So there's no question here. However, I have a question regarding the conclusive phrase of your keynote. You mentioned that there are certain points that indicate the changes in the processes and the speed of the implementation. And before you made that calculation, could you share some hypotheses regarding those relations which you will be able to discover after some time in your studies? Thank you. Well, if we talk about what forecast we can make for the future evolution of the world system, well, as has been said, judging by what we see right now, no doubt we can forecast a slowdown in the short term. We can talk about the slowdown of economic growth, which has been observed in a number of countries since the 70s.
До последнего времени они еще продолжали расти, но
and we see that China is slowed down. In India, they are growing, but it is only a question of time when the slowdown starts happening there. So we can confidently forecast not just what we see with the demography, but we see that these developments are very closely related with each other. So if we see that if there is a slowdown in demographic growth, what we should expect is everything else is going to slow down. So I guess the technological advancement and, well, our recent calculations are showing, and everyone's confident that everything is developing fast right now. but really the peak of technological development was achieved in the 50s and 60s of the previous century. But if we take the development of fundamental physics, for example, then my co-author, David Lepoir, and for technological forecasting and social change, and he indicated quite a long ago that the growth rate of fundamental physics, for example, they peaked back in the 1920s, 30s. And this is probably a standard process. Because once it was believed electron is as bottomless as atom, but we see that it's not so, and the number of fundamental, from the point of view of number of fundamental laws, it's just the amount of matter in our universe is limited, so the number of fundamental laws is limited. So they cannot be discovered again on and on without end. So there is a logical slowdown in every area. But what's going to happen next? Because in principle, according to Mon forecast, it is by the end of this century that we're going to witness a reduction in the population of Earth. And it's not quite, well, because we see that in every developed in countries, the birth rate is less than 2 children per woman, well, apart from Israel. In principle, well, in southern states of India, the birth rate is less than 2. In China, it's a reduction. They lose 10 million of able-bodied population every year. The remaining population is not reducing that quickly because still the population in China is growing. But what is, in principle, if we take this general pattern, then theoretically we might expect a certain degradation, but this is not a fact. It can be a radically new type of development of planetary and human, and which falls out of the forecasting horizon, because what we talk about here is extending this curve of regularity, which was there for starting 4 billion years ago in the 70s. Well, we cannot continue it because we're now starting a new path, and we are at the bifurcation point, and it's up to us which way we're going to go next. So on our shoulders lie a planetary responsibility, because depending on our choice, it can go radically different way. And thank you very much. And if I may, another question, please, a very brief one. Yes, just one more, and that's it. Your book is called Evolution, and you talk about evolution first of all. So evolution for you, is it a growth in complexity of the system, or is it a growth in the number of parameters you measure, or do you give a different definition to evolution? Well, my point is it's a Severtsev understanding of evolution, that evolution is, first of all, with the growth of complexity, erogenous, it will correspond to a biological revolution. But there is also the adaptation, which is a change in structure without growth in complexity. And there is also generation, which is also a way in evolution. But evolution can progress with decreasing complexity. So aeromorphic, erogenous evolution is just one type of evolution. Other types of evolutions should not be discarded. Yes, I think we have exceeded the time limit. There are more questions, and I see those questions online, but it looks like we will be able to go through those questions during the break. And Grigory Rafaelovich suggests sending possible questions to his email. Thank you, Andrei Vitalyevich. Dear colleagues, and we continue our work. And the next keynote is Igor Evgenievich Surikov, a Doctor of Science in History, Chief Research Fellow, Russian Academy of Science, Institute of General History, Professor, Humanities and Social Sciences Center, MIPT University. Igor Evgenievich, you have the floor. Thank you. Dear colleagues, the concept of intentional history, which I'm going to be talking about, was suggested and was approved by colleagues by Hans-Joachim Börke, one of the leading experts on antique history. And he was writing about different aspects of ancient world, ancient Greece in particular, and historical science, religion and mythology. And he works from a perspective of new approach and those trendy categories of identity and communication, etc. And the notion of intentional history in internationale Geschichte, it was suggested in 1924 in one of the articles. And he continued to work on it and develop the concept, and the most detailed in what it was described in the book from the 2014 in the book Antique Culture. This is how he describes intentional history. For him, it means a historical concept of the past, which are decisive for the identity of the group. And the key word here is identity. And this is a quote from one of the reviews, how a reviewer understands this notion intentional history. This is the concept of the past, which make people think about themselves as social cultural group. And it is aimed at reconstruction of facts, but it was postulated by Greeks as the space to satisfy the needs of the present. So history that works with the past is aimed at the present. But they mentioned Pierre Nora, Ben Aslan, the collective memory theory, and it becomes clear that only a professional historian, but for socialism in general, looking into the past is become the method to justify the present. In this case, the past is the Greeks. They started myth. It adopted the characteristic of myth, going back to Herodot, who described by his time, though the great battles were turned into a myth, and what we deal with is basically a myth. And it is being constructed, although is that done intentionally, because the notion intentionally includes this word intention. What I wouldn't be categorical here, because if we mean all cases, and a greater role is played by subconscious mechanisms of collective memory, which distort to a certain extent the things of the day and days long gone. And Gerke talks about two moduses when approaching the past. One, the ancient Greece, and refers to collective memory. He talks about the multitude of memories and multitudes of histories, Geschichten. The second claims subjectivity and talks about history in singular. So basically we have dichotomy of the approach. So Gerke emphasizes that he takes these two motives as ideal types and opposes them. And he wants to combine these two types of history. And as a rule, this intentional history is created on behalf of the group, which identify themselves as us. And this us has a diachronic nature, which includes predecessors, as well as archaic lyrics. So us, meaning those who immigrated to smaller Asia, pioneers who found the telephone. So us, these are those who left the valley in the ancient Greece and went to Peloponnese, and there was many centuries ago. They describe them as us, but they didn't take part in the events. And by us, they mean those who have common history. And initially, the history was passed on verbally, and liverics played a greater role, minstrels. And then there were officials who were called nomens in different dialects, and their job was to pass on verbally the information which were restored in memory. And the authoritative text back then were poems. In the 6th century BC, the countable Swiss tradition emerged, as Gerke says. It was a philosophical and intellectual history of description, which was formed under the influence of the early Ionic thinkers, and they were searching for the truth. That's when they started using the word historia as a and Gerke is writing about that. Gerke is writing about that. And he said this is an option, a critical option, which was strengthened by Herodotus. And there is an analogy which is important for historiography, and there was a competition between the authors and historians. The pupils disputed with their teachers, etc. And here we have this fragment of Decaterian. I write the way I see the truth. Everyone argued, and that led to the emergence of many versions of the same events of the past. And it was allowed by the system and required by the system. There was an immense pluralism, which required tough control from official authorities of religious bodies. But by the way, and Gerke also mentioned that that did not lead to the progress of learning. And the greatest historians in Greece, they worked in the 5th century BC, Herodotus, at the dawn of the modern science. And then the historians who followed them did not rise to their level. And there were also contests, poetic contests at the winter, which were filled with historical problems. Of greater significance were epitaphs, and then they started to have a serious influence on historiography. And Gerke, in one of the parts of his books, he interprets the myth of the Greek as part of the history. And studying the great Macmillan Nielsen, the literature has mentioned more than once the Greeks perceived their mythology as not a collection of myths, but as an ancient history. And Gerke structures the understanding from point of view basic concept. He writes that myths and content in the structure, they compose intentional history of Greeks. And he introduced the notion of myth history in one word. So for them, as in their intentional history, what's important is the collective us. And they continuously raise the question about the origin of the groups, whose identity and the heroes are described by myth in this particular light. The people who lived back then, they never respect the past, those living at present, but that has a quantitative nature, and myths were connecting the past and the present that had a ideological element. And there are other genealogies that reached us, and what's typical for Greek mythology is the narrative about wandering and migration, which were used to structure the temporal and space continuum. For example, in Herodotus, it was written about migration of tribes, and here the poems which characterized by the central event in the Greek myths history, according to Gerke, was the Trojan War. And they determined the settlement of Greeks, which took place in the historical epoch. In the current classification, they were writing using the traditions of heroes coming back from the Mediterranean, and the trend also includes toponyms of the barbaric epochs. The tellings of the ancient migrations were quite often built on the models of how colonies were formed, and that model is rather significant for the Greek mythology. And quite often what is emphasized is the religious component. The resettlement of the groups to a new place takes place in the legend, or according to the instructional oracle, and a great so these narration about migrations were of explanatory nature, and they had a very important legitimization function. They connected the past and the present using geological mechanisms. And the most productive one was the archaic period, 8th and 6th century BC, and it is for a reason Gerke pays great attention to historical description of the intentional history of Greeks is felt in the myths, first of all, and goes on to develop new thesis, which is a new element seeps into the play. The 6th century BC, philosophy and historical science, which Ionist thinkers who were interested in the beginning are high. They said the problem of truth, which as opposed to false opinions. And interest achievements of truth, what was required from the historical are the evidence. So the knowledge was immediate presence during the events, and the evidence. So there was a compromise between the intentional history and the evidence-based history. And Herodotus tried to include, and this is a good observation, why it is so interesting to read Herodotus. It's because at times it looks like you're reading the fairy tales. At the same time, Herodotus is the product of Chinese science. And he quotes the authors who were in dialogue with each other and who argued with each other. And Xenophon personifies himself as the exercise of and
Moreover, this is the rhetorical section in historiography, and this is the victorious step in rhetoric in the 4th century before Christ. This is not only the history of Greeks, and also the new formats of intellectual and electric history description based on evidence. And for intellectual historiography, the history was total, and within this movement where the Greek rhetoric has grown, so this is not the truth, but being the truth. So the lie that looks like the truth, so then it is preserved, and even now in rhetoric it is mentioned quite often too. And the Greeks, they had two ideal intentional history, and then from the 6th century and the critical history description dominated in Herodotus, for example, and from the end of 5th century before Christ, the professional rhetoric becomes Gerke repeats that this is the understanding of the truth by the historian, the epileptic, the most decorative, the most. This is the Helen of Georgia. This is one of the first leaders. The praise to that. This is the program thing that is. What's important is not the truth, but the beauty and order. So we're not talking about the truth, but the truths in plural. So this is very sophistic relativism. So after Georgia, Socrates was very important here, and the key representative historiography of late classic Socrates himself in his speeches or pamphlets. Like panegyric, for example, many historical passages given with the same to connect the past with the future. And he works in the intentional history. He works in the framework of that. And the Socrates, these history passages, and are not. It's not original, but consider up to the history from the basic antithesis of Barbar and then rhetoric of Socrates with politics, and as the key elements aimed at upbringing of a good citizen. So in rhetoric historiography, in Ephorus, with constant moralizing, for example, at Peloponnese War, and that was with the motives which was moving. And in this sense, this is the continuation of the line of Herodotus, for example, and in between the history and the critical history, where we see the tools, the toolbox of critical historiography, which with the historic methodological, so Gerkeisering, and the subject matter is the total history that is innovative. For example, before there were a number of events that were described. The total history was described, and that is the Heraclitus, for example, that it was a legendary past. For example, it was perceived as legendary. So local historiographical traditions were so antiquities. For example, antiquities, the Philippics, for example, the Greek tractates, and the Macedonian topic for the history is that period. Gerke says there is a return to the poetic beginning of the history, and then the Alexander Macedonian. And then in history, there was masses of materials. So this was historical, rational historians. They didn't feel worthy to write about it, but there's plenty of the myth. The myth was embodied, and the myth became reality together with him. The Alexandrian time, so the myth was the dramatizing impact, and the Callisthenes, that is Alexander's Macedonian, he was his historiographer, and the topical direction. So this was dominating, and there are some exceptions, and the theater element. And thus, how the evolutionists and even degraded the historical thought, ending the period of classics, the Hellenism. So at this, we actually can stop talking about the concept of intentional history in ancient Greece. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, and we carry on working. So, dear colleagues, if you have questions, you can write in the chat, and we'll pass it on to him, and we will try to get the feedback. And now we thank our keynote speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Уважаемые коллеги, переходим к следующему докладу. Я с удовольствием предоставляю слово Игорю Николаевичу Левскому.
We begin the next keynote. It's my pleasure to give a floor to Igor Nikolaevich Danilevsky, Doctor of Science in History, Professor, School of History, HC University, Moscow. And the topic of the keynote, solar activity and Old Rus Chronicles. Thank you, dear colleagues. Good day. The topic is a bit unusual, nevertheless, I believe it is rather interesting. I hope you can see my slides. Not yet.
Есть.
Замечательно, спасибо большое.
Спасибо. Дело в том, что изучение древнерусского летописания очень активно развивается в последние
The study of the Old Rus Chronicles has been developing actively during the past 100 years, and particular attention is paid to the history of texts.
Отлично, спасибо большое. Продолжайте, пожалуйста.
Yes, thank you. Please go on.
Основное внимание уделяется истории текстов.
The main attention is paid to the history of text of the Old Russian chronicle writing, and the most difficulties they happen during the study of the early chronicle writing. There's been more plethora of works which are dedicated to this subject, but there is one topic which stays in shadow. That's chronological systems that ancient Russian chroniclers used. And this topic is so difficult for the experts in humanities who are working with chronicles that during the past 100 years, only 2 monographies were published, doctoral theses, which were dedicated to this question. That's a classic book by Bereshkov, and Bereshkov didn't have a special section about chronological systems of the primary chronicle, and this is clear why, because Old Rus chroniclers used several chronological systems, which included different calendars, different eras, and different styles. And quite recently, what emerged was the work dedicated to the chronology of the primary chronicles. This is the work by Tsiba, and the work, well, is not
Попробуйте что-нибудь поговорить, да.
Так пойдет? Нормально?
Как у нас сейчас?
Лучше?
Да? Нормально? Спасибо. Еще раз прошу прощения.
Ничего. Спасибо. Фокус заключается весь
the
в том,
focus is that the transition of one chronicles from one chronology system to another is a very important marker for stratification of chronicle texts. And one of the important chronological indicators in old Rus chronological description are the chronographic dates, which were calculated starting from the creation of the world. Usually, we have the transition of all dates in the early chronicles in the Constantinopolitan era. However, this is just a conditional transition, which in many respects makes our life difficult because we cannot assign a date to certain events, and sometimes we find ourselves in an awkward position when two events are reviewed by historians, but it turns out to be one event, historical event, which is just dated differently, and vice versa. When it looks like the same event, but in reality, there's two different events. And before the 16th century, they used several eras in Rus. There was Alexandrian era, Anianis era, Constantinopolitan era, Old Byzantine, and Old Byzantine era. The problem is that visually the number of years which are given to these eras, they don't differ. It looks like the difference is only several years, but that results in very considerable shifts. And I will talk about the question about eras because the question about calendars and styles is a slightly different topic, a very big and challenging one. In order to establish which specific era out of the listed above was used in this or that chronicle articles, one needs additional data about dates, which would be calculated independently from the content of the article. So something that can be calculated mathematical. First of all, there's a complete calendar date, then a mentioning of immovable religious celebration, and the day of the week. The combination of the date, months, and the day of the week give us sufficient ground in order to be able to date a particular event with adequate precision. We can mention movable religious holidays which celebrate different days of the month, but the same day of the week. And if there is a mentioning of the exact calendar date, then one can say exactly when and at what year this or that event took place. This is the mentioning and observation of solar and lunar eclipses, which are well calculated, and throughout the past several hundred years, there's been canonic calculations showing where the strip of solar eclipse was, where they could be observed in what phase, etc. And then mentioning of the comets. These are very rare, but nevertheless, we see them, and they are a reason to establish exact dates. However, there are mentionings which today haven't been used practically to which are known as chronicles, for example, meteorological and biological phenomena with the intensity of solar activity, so the increase in the number of flashes and sunspots. Such mentionings can be observed in the polar shine in polar longitudes, volatile Kiev, emergence of halo and coronas around sun and sun, which are caused by the crystals of ice in cirrus clouds in upper layers of the troposphere. These are outbursts of endemic diseases, first of all, plague, which are dated quite well. These are extreme temperatures and in oceans related to them. There's a droughts, early freezing weather, and as a result, years with low harvest and hunger. And finally, is mentioning of mass reproduction and migration of insects, first of all, locusts, and animals and other phenomena which are related with solar activity. In the 20th last century, a lot of attention was paid to that. And then the interest subsided, and only in the 60s last century, these problems were given new approach. Presently, historians have enough sufficiently reliable reconstruction of cycle of solar activity in the past, and the exact data of maximums and minimums of solar activity, which makes it possible to use the data to date what's recorded in the written sources about these phenomena. And it was the cycles was adjusted. Well, the C14, that's a famous dating using a radioactive isotope of the carbon, its residual content, and the developers of this method in the beginning of the 60s, they were awarded a Nobel Prize, and it was the same year that Zeus effect was discovered, that they found out that C14 is not produced equally at the layers of the atmosphere. It produced depending on the cycles of solar activity, and that they ground that in 70s and 80s, John Eddy created a precise calculation, and he found the residual content of C14 in trees during these 7,000 years. And there are serious magazines which create correlation of dendrochronologic adjustments and adjustments using C14. And that creates a basis about dating and the phenomena which are connected with the solar activity cycles. So this is one of the examples. I will just give several examples. So the year 6600, we read this recording in Laurentian chronicle that there was a huge circle in the sky, and the same year there was a drought, so the earth was burning and many swamps would catch fire on their own. And traditionally, the year of the creation of the world is conditionally translates into the year 1092 of our AD. And the nearest parallel is this next message. In the year 6607, there were a message about Vladimir in April of Messes, and those circles around the sun. This is the halo, the banners, which I mentioned here. Most likely it's polar shine, and such object notions like halo and witnessing polar shine, they are connected with the maximum solar activity. However, in the year 1092, which is usually used to translate the year 6600 in Laurentian Chronicle, it was a maximum, not minimum of solar activity. And this gives reason to believe that the year 6600 and 6607 in the primary chronicles, the same events are described. However, the observation of those are dated by different eras, 5500, starting from creation of the world in the first case, and 5508 in the second case. The draft, which is mentioned in the Laurentian Chronicle, is also connected with the solar maximum, In Eastern Europe, the troughs are fixed only during the growth of solar activity, which gives ground to believe that extremely high summer temperature and the fires related to them both, and the observation of Halu, which I mentioned in the chronicle article of the year 6600, most likely they were possible in the year 1100 and not year 1092. And the same year, in the primary chronicles, there is a mention of another phenomena, and it's a miracle of Polotsk, when all of a sudden the devils started running across the city, and those who wanted to look at them, they would die of the ulcer. And during daytime, those devils, they started riding horses, but now one could see those, only the hoofs of those horses. That was the miracles of Polotsk, and people said that the death are striking down the citizens, and many people died of many diseases, and it was described that the number of 7,000 coffins were sold from the day of Philip to fast. So it's a plague which is described highly specific using the images of hunting, and it was established that plagues they are connected with years of maximum solar activity. The plague pandemic, correspondingly, chronographic yearly date, and this message can be translated by the year 1100 in our chronicle system. So all three messages which are mentioned in the primary chronicles as the year 6600, they can be dated by the year 1100 AD. And the author uses Aryan era, 5,500 years from creation till the nativity of Christ. There are indirect confirmations of the usage of this era in other chronicle messages in the primary chronicle. For example, the article 6610, which is translated by the year 102 in Laurentian chronicle, a sign was registered in January in the sky, and that was flames of fire from east to south and west to the north, and there was a shine like from a full moon, and there was a sign in the moon on February 5th, and the same month, on the 7th day, there was a sign from the sun, and there were arcs spanning from one crest to another. And here we again see the description of Halu, those false suns, and what we see here is the observation of the polar shine. Now, observing a polar shine during 3 days, and it would only be possible during the maximum solar activity period. And at the threshold of the 11th, 20th century, the solar maximums were registered in the year 1098, 1110, and 1118, and they were regarded as very strong ones. And this is when the middle age maximum of solar activity starts, and that gives artificial ground that this is again dated according to Aryan era, 5,500 years from the nativity of Christ, and it's in our chronicle system is the year 1110. I have given only several examples which demonstrate the possibility to use data about solar activity, heliobiology, atmospheric phenomena to specify the dates in the mentioned in the chronicles, and describing the chronicle systems used by the old Rus chronicles. And these data are a serious indicator of the fact that there is a source or several sources of the primary chronicles whose authors used a non-constant Constantinopolitan eras. Thank you for your attention, dear colleagues.
Игорь Николаевич, за интересный доклад.
Thank you, Igor Nikolaevich, for interesting keynote. Please, questions? Igor Nikolaevich, I have one question. If we're talking about dating of the period which you study, there are other works which are not quite correct when they relate a solar eclipse, a complete solar eclipse with datings, dates of events, when on the one hand a solar eclipse is described and on the other hand certain events in that context. Does that relate somehow to the topic of your keynote, and what should be the attitude to that? No, well, these are different phenomena. Solar eclipses can be well calculated. There is relief approach. Williams canonicity and the maps and that they show where the complete eclipse and the partial eclipse. Yes, they do the data about solar eclipses, and this is a widespread practice. Talking about solar activity, then today practically no one is using those data, and we're losing a significant portion of very important information. Speaking about solar eclipses and events, like historical events connected to that, well, that would be false connections, although at times it was rather curious. For example, solar eclipse in the year 1185, which was the crossing of the Don River by Igor, and the author, they gave reasons for the author of the chronicle that describes that event and gives grounds to the author of the poem word about Igor regimen.
Такие совпадения бывают.
Yes, these coincidences, they do happen. And I always say that if I was Old Rus Chronicle, I would describe an event when in the end miraculous
Дня 3 человека было с одной стороны, 7 человек было с другой стороны, 3 человека погибло.
Miraculous. Some people from one side, so many died, and that was on the God's transfiguration that was describing the August of 1991. You know, like it's just I'm just going to take what is of more concern to me. So sometimes, yeah, these coincidences happen. This question was there were certain Fomenko's construction is, and he was building something on solar eclipses, and the chronology should be compressed by some hundreds of years, the sources of eclipses. And you know, if you ancient Greek, then they were just saying that there is no proof that they were full eclipses. There's lots of eclipses happening, but are they full or not? And they have been calculated, and they are very rare and not very frequent. So the question was the correctness. Yeah, it is a very serious issue. Yeah, it is a very serious question, and there are canons that make it possible to do the phase of. So on the 25th of this year, there will be quite serious eclipses. 85%. The solar disk will be. It will be in Moscow. In some places, it will be full eclipse, but that is. I'm so sorry. So the member of Academy Fomenko and his team, they don't know much about this, and many notions they mix up, and due to the fact that they're not humanitarians, and so I agree with you here. Igor, there's another question that I have for you. That is an innovative, as they say, work. Can we read it anywhere? Can we get it? Is it published? Yes, a very short. Yes, in scientific works in Belarusian Masharov University. Very short, because there is a extended version, but it has not been published yet. And yeah, we would publish it if you let us. Oh, thank you, because the Russian history say they can publish this kind of thing only next year. That's a long time to wait. Yeah, thank you. I think we're out of time now. So, Igor Nikolaevich, thank you very much again. Once again, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Dear colleagues, and now we give the floor to Yakov Shemyakin, DSc in History, Chief Researcher, Center of Culture Studies, Institute of Latin America of Russian Academy of Sciences, Assistant Professor, Humanities and Social Sciences Center, MIPT University, Moscow. And that his keynote is income inequality in the urban population. Is a factor of historical dynamics. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much. The key idea of the keynote is in that in order to understand the historic dynamics. Particular importance is assigned to the formulated by Bakhtin the specifics of humanitarian knowledge. According to Bakhtin, the subject of humanities, it is talking being, the world, the human being in all its manifestations and diverse manifestations. And the criterion here is not the precision of knowledge, but the depth of penetration. And what is behind this formulation? What is it? This notion is just a terminology. This is a metaphor, and that is a particular tool for knowing. I wrote about it. We need this not only in order to find a name to get our thoughts to the others. We need it of ourselves. Without this, we cannot think about certain difficult for cognition, difficult for the mind things. This is not just an means of expression, but it is one of the key tools of cognition, of learning. And in order to understand what content make it possible to open the metaphor of a depth, and then quite unexpectedly I encountered the opportunity to explain this basing on Toporov's work, who gave the initial name the most famous spiritual, so this is the in-depth book, so probably that was this just traditional Christianity, so it's the book of depth. And then Toporov, there are analogies with the ancient of Iranian tradition, Buddhism. The depth in this is interpreted as the basis on which the process of genesis of the world is happening. What Bakhtin means here, this is the basis, the foundation on which the genesis of humans, genesis of the world around the human. So this is the ideological communication interpreted as this, and similar to the process of the quotation, the Bakhtin quotation, the life in its nature is ideological. To live is to participate in dialogue, to ask, to listen, to answer, to agree, etc., etc. In this dialogue, the human being takes part with eyes, lips, hands, spirit and soul, entire body and deeds. And the ways and means of the establishment of this ideological basis of human life, of human sociality, determined by the fact that how in what the sociological context, what is the relationship to the other with a capital So this is one of the most important thought of contemporary humanities and philosophy. And the other participant of dialogue who has another approach, different approach to the world and to life. And how you resolve this question, how you answer this question is do you resolve the character of the relationship between the structure, building structures we were talking about, the unity and diversity and different relationships between these cornerstones of principles. The key two civilization types, in my view, in my interpretation, I could see that I came to after much research. One type is the great civilizations of Western in the East and West. The actual perception of civilization based on these the West. Modification of the East, India, China, the Islamic world, and these civilizations, Grigory pointed to the sub-ecumens, so each civilization is inside of each is oriented to transforming the world. And these civilizations, they're characterized with the excluding discourses. This is, of course, their spiritual cosmos doesn't just boil down to that, but this exists in the discourse as the definitive item in the evolution of this cosmos. The other is viewed as a necessary part of self-identification of civilization, but it is put at a much lower place in the existence, in the hierarchy of distance, viewed as alien to the reality, to the synergy, and to its place in this life and in this space. They're just aliens and they are not let in. Even if they think that they are related to this civilization. And here we can say, we can do the whole range, we can give the whole range of examples. And of course, this is a historical practical ideology of the civilization of for example, the contemporary West, and it could be traced from the very beginning, aliens and barbarians, right, etc. This is the line of the discourse of the West, and I can give you as an illustration just one example that I remember. There is quite a well-known historian, Neil Ferguson, and it is translated into Russian, and it is translated West and the rest of the world. The West and the rest of the world. So he's saying, yeah, the West is ahead of everybody. So this is the Russian translation, and in English it sounds like this: the West and the rest. The West and the rest. So the world is kind of, just dropped is out of the parentheses. Is just a reminder. And I wanted to tell you that the thing, this is not just limited to this Western idea, Western line. We can remember the Solar Empire, the China that is surrounded by the world of barbarians, that they would lead to the norms of the truth and the norms of the human life. You can see the clear division of the Miroslavs, the division. There is Dar Islam. So Muslims who of the true belief, the true faith, and they and Al-Kab, which is literally this is a territory of war. So this is not necessarily war, the war with arms. This is the spiritual war. And so we have to turn the entire world into Islamic world. So this is the mutually excluding in the civilization of borderline types. For example, currently that the key ones that is Russia and Eurasia and Latin America This is the subject of my scientific career. Balkans, the Balkans, which is being torn apart with really strong contradiction, and Pyrenees. Pyrenees, yeah, of course, there's a certain aside here that they have to be put aside, and so the Pyrenees, and more than anything, in this discourse that a civilization of borderline in civilization. Mind this is Russia and Eurasia, Latin America, and Iberia and Europe. Here I want to illustrate certain examples, illustrate this thesis. And the first thing is, first thing I can say that the Russian option of orthodoxy cannot be imagined without the dialogue with Eastern tradition and Western tradition, which is a social genetic code, part of this code of the Russian civilization, and we clearly can see it in the language, particularly in that in the sphere of sacral, you can you can just remember these things like this is of course to do the number of vocabulary, a number of 100 of notions, terminology that is to do with the sacral terminology. That this is either Old Slavonic, and some go to Indo-European, antiquity, really deep antiquity, in the European sources, and so many people wrote about that, and Ivanov, Всеволодович, mentioned that he did write about this, and many terms that entered the use of the Russian Orthodox Church, they are Slavic, some of them are Slavic, yeah, many of them. This is not a translation from Greek, which is one of the illustrations that Oleg Trubachev gives us, Oleg Nikolaevich Trubachev, in To the Sources of Russia. That's the book, and what he says is, even without a special calculation, I think it would be possible to talk about nuclear, basic, the most frequent use of the terminology taken of the Christianity from pre-Christian, the saint, faith, God, paradise, spirit, soul, etc., etc., and from God, which the word God was as religious. It was probably Iranian, and it is just before Christianity. It was. It is just the broader spread etymology of this word. The idea of the etymology of the word God, and in this connection, we can remember the many celebrations, the feasts of Orthodox calendar, which have sometimes they have pagan sources like Maslenitsa. It was just developed with the Russian Orthodoxy how to include these celebrations, these feasts into Christian calendar. So, from the point of view of the Orthodox Christianity, very arguable, like Maslenitsa. So this is the Russian kind of pancake day that were taken out of the church calendar and this is the cult of Mother Earth, which permeates the Russian history, which is one of the options, one of the bases of the Russian civilization, the cult of Mother Earth, which is united in mass. This is another. This is bowing down to the Mother of God, and who has a particular importance in the Russian Orthodoxy. So, and with this here, I just want to say, after a very, it was in the Byzantine Church, there was quite a lot of contradiction and fight that this Kirill, Cyril and Methodius traditions. That was so the initial period of Christianity in Russia, which was perceived Russian Orthodoxy of that it was possible to have Christianity in any language of any people. That the possibility. This line was. In spite of the doctrine of the trilingual, so that limited the old Jewish, Greek, and Latin. They try to limit, and our historians they wrote about this, and quite a bright witness here in a Swiss historian, wonderful Hollenstein, who wrote a very interesting paper, Russia, a country overcoming the limits of Europe. So he writes in particular about the fact that in the key importance of this fact, and I quote him, East Roman Empire, there existed, and equal rights, means of communication in religion. The state governance and education was Aramaic, Coptic, Armenian, and Georgian, and then some Slavic languages. As the result of the identity was in original language, not in Latin, but in translation, and it meant that church texts were accessible to many people in the West, to more people in the West. They were available for understanding. On the other, the range of the literature available was limited. But on that background, there is Dionysio Areopagites, this a philosopher and religious thinker, and that was really widespread in Middle Ages Europe, which is the good. This is the good news, and that was the Pentecost, and so he was working on that, and one way or another. The faith of the legitimacy of certain languages kept in the Eastern tradition, he could claim that the beginning of self-determination in Europe, it started with the educational activities, the philosophy of the language in Byzantine Empire, which is to do with religion and politics, that could actually value pluralism and cultural identity and uniqueness of different people. So the shining examples here of this discourse of this is the history of Russia and the great steppe, like Tatars, for example, and many examples can be given here. The preservation of the Russian Empire, of cultural and religious tradition of non-Russian and local elites, probably under the aegis of the imperial administration. But all this was a very important factor of inclusion of the huge space of Russian Eurasia, and this line continued in new historic formats, and in the Soviet and post-Soviet period of history. And of course, there's got to be quite a lot of comments on the sides have to be made, and the so-called socialist, and then neoliberal modernization. And this is an example of Russian discourse, but I think I'm running out of time, yeah? And to illustrate this thesis on the example of Spanish-speaking world, because in this case, there are direct parallels to Russia. So as not to take too much of your time, I think that I'll probably just give you just a formula of the inclusive discourse of this world. This belongs to, let's say, a Mexican thinker, denying, negating other traditions, when trying to reaffirm your own. We are denying ourselves, we're negating ourselves. So this directly connects to the principles of inclusion, I think. If you want me to, I can answer questions because there are direct parallels. Direct parallels between Russia and Latin America and Spain in this respect. Thank you very much for your attention.
Вопросы, коллеги?
Questions, colleagues?
Если вопросов нет, то я с
Well,
удовольствием
if there are no questions, then it is my glad pleasure to give floor to Leonid Yosefovich Borodkin,
наук, доктору исторических наук.
a doctor of science and history, professor, head of Department of Historical Informatics and the Center for Economic History at the Lomonosov Moscow State University. Leonid Yosefovich will talk about income inequality in the urban population of Russia during the new economic policy period. Did the trend towards equalization prevail? Dear colleagues,
Вашему вниманию
allow me to present
одна из наиболее острых и в истории, и в
we talk
современности.
about the problem of inequality, which is one of the acute problems of the present day and history. And we know that the countries with a great level of inequality are in a high, in a zone of turbulence and instability, both political and economical. That's why the statistics, national statistics, keeps a close look on these trends. And the day before yesterday, I read the recent data from the Russian Statistical Agency, where it is noted that the factor, the inequality factor,
Это означает, что верхние
it was 15 last year. It means that the top 10% in the income, they get 15 times more income than the bottom 10% on the income scale. Approximately the same inequality factors in China, and most European countries is much lower.
Каково было неравенство в советское
Let's
время?
look at the data about inequality in the Soviet time. And I'll review here two periods, a new economic policy period and later new socialism of the Brezhnev period. It is known that during the new economic policy period, the trade unions and other organizations and parties, they insisted on equalization principle of salaries. And the idea was that, well, there was a revolution, and the revolution pursued the aim of equality, equality in everything, and that included incomes. But on the other hand, industry, and not just industry, I mean, if everyone gets the same salary, then equalization can be. In this situation, there is no stimuli or motivation for highly skilled labor. So two trends were competing at the time. This equalization system on the one hand, and on the other hand, if from the point of view of flagships of industry, there was a request for certain differentiation, which would create the stimulus. And although the general trend was towards equalization, still there's a question regarding the real data. And can we talk about equalization from the real data? Those processes are poorly studied, and mostly at the level of some illustrations. More so, new economic policy period in Russia, the income tax was not applied practically. It was applied to a small percentage of population who were called Nepmans, so basically new entrepreneurs, or those involved in arts and creative work. That was a smaller percentage, and the rest of the working population, they were not taxed. So there is a taxation statistics is of little help here. However, starting since 20s, we have rather reliable statistical sources, and what you see here are the cover of such bulletins, statistical bulletins, which includes the data systematized for each year during the new economic policy year, starting the mid-20s when the monetary salary was dominating. And these sources look the following. It goes line by line, the sectors of industry, and in columns are the salary intervals up to 50, 100 rubles, etc. So these are the data that makes it possible to obtain a decile assessment or a more precise index, a Gini, which takes into account not only the top 10 and bottom 10% relationship, but also the groups in between top and bottom. And what you see here is the dynamic of the decile factor, which measures the inequality of salaries for the industry workers in the second half of the 1920s. And this curve indicates that if in 1925 this factor was 2.5, so the most qualified, most skilled workers, they would earn 2.5 times more than low-skilled workers. So, but gradually this factor decreases to 2, and so still there is a decrease in differentiation. We have many of such curves, and I'm showing one, and all these curves, they show a reduction of differentiation. Before the revolution, for the same industries, the inequality was higher, 3.5 approximately. Here its decile factor is 2.5, and before the revolution it was 3.5. So on the one hand, we can say that the inequality level was going down in comparison to the new economic policy period, in comparison with pre-revolutionary period. And on the other hand, during a late stage of NAP, it decreased. And we can consider that it is a proven fact that during those years, the equalization trend, which was most of the initiative of trade unions and the expectation of the masses that we are moving towards equality, this thesis is confirmed. It is interesting to note that the second time we encounter this problem is the end of 70s and 80s, 1970s, 1980s, when the party said, okay, we're soon going to have communism. And I remember I was a student back in the day, and next to a building there was that slogan made of metal letters, which said, our generation of people is going to live during communism. Well, it means our population didn't see that day of communism, but the trend was the same. We're moving towards communism, and let's equalize salaries. It was a thesis, but was it actually implemented? So first, I'm going to show a graph from one of the recent works which were published last year, and that's on the subject of differentiation in the 70s and 80s. And what we see here, we see the bottom graph, which is composed of black squares. That's the differential of salaries of servants and workers. That's the percentage of difference of the average salary of white collars and blue collars. And in the beginning of 1970s, we see the differential is zero difference between office workers and industry workers. And that raises question. And this graph shows these differentials for specific engineers and technicians and workers. And we see that, again, this is the bottom graph, and it is progressing towards zero. So these are engineers. So the salary of engineers and workers is equalized. How can it be? I mean, if there is no difference in payment of highly qualified and highly skilled people and people without qualification, as has been mentioned, there's a problem with stimulation, motivation. We decided to look into the data of Soviet statistics, and go to the level of large enterprises.
Я покажу только одну отрасль,
What
нефтяную.
I'm going to show is just one industry, which is oil industry, and we did this work for oil industry. And here we should talk about this term, the Material Encouragement Fund. And if we look at Tatneft, Tatar Oil Enterprise, back then it was one of the largest oil producing enterprises in Russia, and the West Siberian oil was only establishing. And we see two graphs. Blue is the worker salary, and the top one is the engineer salary. So in the beginning of the 80s, the salary of the worker caught up and even grew higher than the salary of the engineer. It would seem a nonsense. Well, then we see office workers and junior service personnel, which have no interest for us currently. And these are the data regarding the Material Encouragement Foundation. The enterprises, they had that foundation, and they had a certain amount of money, and they could award bonuses to workers. Whereas the salary, which we saw recently, where the salary of workers and engineers intersect, that was just rated, a standard rate or salary rate. It's a rate-based salary, but this is also Material Encouragement Fund is the fund of money an enterprise could control. So what we see here is what one engineer receives as salary per year. It's up to 1,200 rubles per year, and in the 80s. And at the bottom, it is a bonus fund for the workers, and it starts from 100 and stops at 200. So several-fold, maybe six-fold times difference in this more, 6 times more for one engineer than for one worker. And as a result, we see this graph, red graph on the top. This is the summary salary of an engineer, the standard salary plus the bonus he receives from this encouragement foundation fund. And the blue line at the bottom, these are workers. And what we see is that enterprises, thanks to that encouragement fund, they were able to increase the salary of an engineer, and they practically do not increase the salary of the worker. And the net salary, as we see, still the net salary, net worker salary is higher than that of engineers. So there is some economic expediency here. But again, it was a bit of a trick. It was really a trick that an enterprise had to use. So to take economic reality into account. Just another example, another oil company, Bashneft. Well, again, we see here the blue line, these are workers, and red line engineers, the same years, in the beginning of the 80s, the salary of the workers is higher than that of the engineers. However, this is how the Material Encouragement Foundation was allocated. At the top, the red line, that's how much salary would one engineer get, and the bottom, the blue, is how much one worker would get. And we see here that the engineers, they get a higher percentage comparing to Tatneft. And ultimately, what we see here is the final picture, 1971 to 1983. So Bashneft, the blue line, that's the aggregate total of the workers' salary, and red is engineers. And we don't see any equalization trend. We don't see any convergence trend. So the enterprise keeps this difference. So this difference is 1,000 rubles in the beginning of the 70s, and it was almost the same difference by the end of the 70s. So this is the stimuli and the added payment for skill and qualification. And I have several minutes left, so
Значит, показав, что можно делать в истории с моделями.
to show what can be done in histories with models. So mathematical models are usually used in socioeconomic sciences for forecasting. So this is a tool for a forecasting scenario. Might pose a question why a historian needs models. So here I would like to demonstrate the work of mathematical computer models used to analyze alternative situations. It does not relate to the question, what if? This is a model which is supposed to demonstrate whether a certain argument to exercise a certain policy was real. What we talk about here is that in the mid-20s, during all party forums, they discussed the thesis that there's tension growing in the country, that there is polarization among peasants, and because there's stratification, there's kulaks on the one pole, the poor on the other, and the social war was about to break out. And what do we create the revolution for? That question was posed, and that was one of the arguments to transition to the great breaking point in 1929. And when they start fighting against kulaks, so rich peasants, and collectivization and this mobilization path of the economy, where one of the arguments was this: do we want a social war to break out in the country? But really, no one proved this thesis empirically. They just took it for granted as being obvious. And we decided to formulate this question: but do we have data that will confirm that there was social poverty in the country? Was there this polarization, economic polarization in the middle, or and we found a term, a source, a statistically verified source every year during 3 years. The analysis was done regarding the well-being of peasant economic holdings, and that was a longitudinal study. And each year, every holding, they were asked about the change in their social status. In particular, they talked about area under crops, and of course, they could migrate between the categories, increase the area under crops and decrease that, and that reflected the social process in the country. However, they used the sources to fine-tune the model in order to be able, so that when it is fine-tuned according to stochastic data, and then we would be able to build a model of that process if those parameters stayed behind the great breakdown. And the model did not know about the great breakthrough of 1929, and it would continue to model, and then we would be able to see whether this trend towards differentiation continue or not.
I'm going to tell you about this, the dynamic of the changes that was happening in the peasants' households. Some of them, they were some of them just they were moved, some of them were liquidated, and some of them just decided to get married and move. And then there was a joining of these households, and they went to the city, and then they were looking for happiness there, and they didn't get it. And then there was a whole range of social processes, and then the most recent one, the 8 groups of the peasants' households, from the poorest to the richest, and then in the last column it's from 80 to 95% of households. They didn't experience these organic changes. The area, the territory could grow or reduce. So can you go up a little bit? So here, what you see here is the table, how these households were. So this is the dynamic in the producing, the areas they were the consuming and the producing bread, the ones that are producing bread, that when the harvests were highest and they were producing more bread than consuming, and consuming, they were producing less than they were producing. And so this is the producing, so the first line, the poorest group, 57.6%, they remained in the same group. In the 32%, they gone up one step up, and you can look at the last one. These are rich peasants, more than 25 hectares. There's 61% remained, and then gone down about 40% to by a different number of steps. So if we look at this table, what goes where, as some total is quite difficult. So which is why we've built a mathematical model, which structurally shows you here how the processes happen if we know the number of households in each one of these groups, and then adjusting having the statistical data, adjusting the parameters, how many percent go from each group to each other group, how many move, how many split, how many. So we think that in a number of years, these flow parameters remain, and based on that, we recalculate. And so I'm not going to cite the structure of this model here. I just tell you that it is based on mathematical of Markov chains, the Markov chain. This is one of the methods of social mobility research into social mobility. So this is the matrix of transitions, and these 8 groups in the statistics is just 4 groups. First group is the poor, and the weak, medium, then strong medium, and then the fourth one is rich, wealthy. So if we know this matrix, this is the frequency of transitions and or probability from one condition to another in 1 year. And on the left is numbers in the current year. And through this matrix, you can recalculate how many of these households you have the next year. So this is the Markov chains principles. And can we go up a little bit? And now I'm drawing to the close. The model shows here. It starts in the year 24, and then in 1924 and in 1934. This is a dynamic according to the model of these 4 groups, and at the bottom we have a wealthy, well-off peasants. There's a 3% in the beginning. In the end, is 5%. Is very small and is on the up a little bit. And the 2 top ones, the growing ones, lines on the upper, that is at the top. This is the wealthy medium and weak medium. This is the number 1, number 2. And the bottom one, the one that's on the decrease, these are the poor households. That was about 30% in 1924. And their number is reduced to below 20% in 1934. And in 1929, everything stopped in this dynamic, and the model has carried on reproducing it. And what do we see here? We don't see this declared on all the congresses of the Communist Party and the forums of the trend of polarization. We see that the number of poor households is reduced. The medium income is going up. So this up medium is going from 34% to more than 40%. And therefore, the number of poor people is not going up. It is reduced noticeably, and wealthy peasants go on the up. And what is on the up is the medium group. the
Вот,
intermediary wealth group. Can you go up a little bit and go back to the diagram? So on the left, there are these columns here. This is 1924, and on the right is 1934. So the poor households has gone down. The weak, medium is down, and wealthy, medium and wealthy, they've gone up. This is the last two columns. This is on the up. So on the whole, there are processes which Bukharin, he just said that he talked to the peasants. Says,
такой же график для
imperative. So if we just say, if we get the same, if it is the poorer, here it is more convincing picture here. This is the reduction picture here, and there are these poor people here. There was 60%. This is the poorer area. The more than 15 regions here, and they're poorer than the producing ones. And then in these years, the percentage drops down to 40. So the poor has gone down, and the medium wealth groups, both groups go on the up, and the wealthy, so kulaks, we don't see them. They're kind of they are down to the horizontal axis. They're under 1%. So in this group of the regions, there is no hint to polarization. The model shows the reduction of poor households and the growth of medium-income households with a very insignificant numbers of kulaks. And at this, I want to stop. And summarizing, I would like to say that twice in Soviet times, in industry, we note a trend at the level of equalization, and in the 20s, that has actually been fulfilled. The policy and the practice, they confirm this, and in the late Soviet time, this policy has been declared again, and the data shows that the opportunity to stimulate labor, and the model shows that it's not what could have been, but was the argumentation to collectivization transition, which looks like threatening the social war in the countryside, and the model has not confirmed this idea at all. Thank you. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? Leonid Iosifovich, yeah, thank you very much. I do have two questions straight away. And question number one on new economics policy is there were co-ops quite strong, although the wages only in industries, in processing industries were taken into account, and the collectivization, there was a crisis of getting enough. There was a starvation period in 27. There's not enough bread, and so was it what you were talking about? Were there some other causes of it? I just tell you quickly that if we talk about the industry of new economic policy, about 87% that was a state-owned industry. All the large enterprises were state-owned, and everybody was getting wages according to the tariff. So we were dealing with the private enterprises. They were about 10%, and in principle, they were in the same field. If you pay people more, then people will go away from the state-owned, and then if you do the other way around, so they'll move to the state-owned. So there was not much difference. It wasn't much difference. It was all they were interchangeable kind of sectors. What the co-op movement in the countryside, the
они были
households were private, but they were joined up together by the co-op relationships, like, for example, the supply co-ops or production co-ops or credit co-ops. And this co-op model of the countryside management that was closer to the peasant spirit rather than collectivization, but we were doing the private households and we showed this dynamic. So if we talk about the issue, and the second question was about the causes and yeah, well, you know, when the crisis of new economic policies, it was the man-made crisis. The ceases of prices is gone. This was the policy of the party. From the village, the resources, they have to be pumped out of the countryside into industrialization. So the purchase prices were held down about to half of what it was before the revolution, the relative prices to industrial products. And this fork in prices, the purchase prices were low, and peasants were interested in not sell in the autumn, but to wait for spring when there is shortage of bread, and then to sell it at a higher price. And this crisis was built by the ruling party, which kept very low purchase prices. So this is not the economic crisis in your normal understanding. That was the crisis of policy, that we need to pump out everything from the peasants as much as we could. In 1928, Stalin goes to Siberia. Why peasants don't want to sell bread, and then peasants, they live the same way they live until 1925, and all the ratios, all the social dynamics remain in 1929. That was the end was put to that. So that's something like that. Thank you.
Короткий вопрос тоже задам Леонидовичу и передам
Question. I'll ask, and then I'll
который озвучит
give the
вопросы,
stage to Grigory Rafaelevich, which there were questions that came in the chat. The prior to revolution, there was a difference in of these upper layers, upper echelons, and the proletariat. So 3.5 times probably different from the lowly paid workers. And this data, how certain can we be in this data? Because prior to the census, before 97, how much material do we have for this kind of assessment? Because industrialization started just a bit earlier. So we're talking about probably the pre-war era. So the pre-war, what period is it? Well, the data on the wages in industry pre-revolution, so the regional, and there are by the industry type, and there is quite serious research. There were factory inspections. It's quite an effective factory inspection, quite an effective tools. There was quite a lot of data gathered, systematized prior to the First World War and during the First World War, when industry was working over 200% of capacity. Now we are completing a project on inequality in wages in Russia in 150 years, and in this book we will give a lot of appendices and links to sources that we work with. So this will be the basis for the comparative analysis. And the difference here is that prior to the revolution, it was the market that set the wages, and it was not regulated. And new economics policy, that was state regulated, that was regulating the wages. All the tariffs and all the rest of it. And so that is the key difference.
У нас вопросы.
So, Grigory Rafaelevich, your stage is yours. The remote questions. So we have more than 1,000 viewers in Vkontakte, and what we have in 1,022 now. So that is just the first, that is just the initial thing. So there's a number of questions from our colleagues who are watching us, and I just Yeah, and so different. So oil companies, for example, engineers were getting more than the engineers in the food producing, for example, enterprise. A question about the reduction of poor people in the countryside. This is, are they leaving the village, or is it the growing numbers, or are they growing in their income? So do they run away from the countryside? So this is 7 minutes ago, and Kosygin, 1965. So the question is the reduction of the share of poor people in the countryside. What is the absolute figures? And the first one was different FMPs, different types of industries, and the reform of Kosygin, 1965. Then the enterprises could accumulate the excess. So the FMPs stemmed from that. So there is this correlation, and then people, and then you couldn't spend money on anything, so people were accumulating money in their accounts because if the wages were growing up. So another colleague adds here, no, would it not be one of the causes of the death of the planned economy? If Yegor, if I understand the idea correctly, so this is not the reduction of the consumer demand because the money is not working. So the consumption is the stimulus of developing economies. So can I? Yeah, well, as you know, if I'm completely serious here, that is, I need more time than I have already spent on my keynote. So quickly, I'll try to tell you that in absolute figures, when we see this process of social dynamics in the countryside, then of course we're working in percentages. If we absolute figures, then some move to the city, and of course this process starts from the great chasm, and prior to industrialization there was and urban areas, they weren't pulling the resources, certain big percentages of people from countryside to the city. So the population is on the up, is growing, and before the First World War, on average, the population of Russia has grown 3 million a year, every year, 3 million. And the new economic policy, when the turbulent years in 1921, then the new economic policy started, the life gone normal, and quite a high birth rate remained, not as high as prior to the First World War. And people, they weren't saying before revolution, after revolution. People used to say before war and after war. About from 1927, people started using the expression before revolution, after revolution, and so there was no absolute reduction of the number of peasant households in these four groupings, in these four cohorts. And now, if FMPs, that is, after the Kosygin reform, it started, Sobchak was developing there. Then by the end of the 70s, it was the great share of absolute, because then it was in the end of 60s, it was broadening, and then it was quite so to stimulate people to work harder, and it worked in all the industries. And so this was the foundation of material rewards. So there was just an extra money for people, the rewards. So there was a number of factories in Moscow involved. It was for 100 years. It existed in Moscow, and then it doesn't exist anymore. So textile, the трехгорная мануфактура, Красная Пресня, in archive, in a particular cases there, the records there, how much money was given to
С одной стороны,
workers and to engineers from this fund, FNP. So there is a planned wage, and then there is this extra money, and then this data was taken into account by, so the differential of the wages was zero because that was the planned wages were. So, and this data to particular categories of particular workers of particular enterprises, how much money from this reward fund, the FNP, that is the data that we were using. So in all the industries, there was this kind of foundation issue. There was this account of money. So where do you get? What do you spend this money? I did not see the problem where to actually spend money. You could buy things. You could buy a fridge, furniture, the better washing machine, more effective washing. You could books. People were gathering the whole libraries together, and that was some of their spending. And the problem here, where to spend money, that happens in the end of the 80s, when the prices go up, the wages go up, there's hyperinflation, and we get the car loans, we get the little Russian cards, and you couldn't actually get anything using these Russian cards, and not only long-term things, so you couldn't just get anything. And then some normal things, they've disappeared. That is when we can say that there was a consumer hunger, consumer starvation. We know what it ended with very well, but in these years, no, there was no problem to spend money. We went being students and being postgrads, and we went to Siberia and to Far East. We made money there. You could buy a co-op flat. You could improve your housing. You couldn't buy a car, no. But to get dressed well, that was not cheap, and so you had to make money. And you could. I don't see the motive here that in these years, in the 70s, beginning of the 80s, that there was a problem. How to what you do with the money? So, in short, it's something like this. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was the contents was the keynote was just so saturated, and it was I was just a child. I don't remember very well, and I remember that the white goods was comparatively quite much more expensive compared to the level of wages. So there was no. So thank you, dear colleagues. If there are no more questions to people present, then let's thank the keynote speaker.
И я передаю слово Григорию Рафаэльевичу.
And I'll give floor to Grigory Rafailovich for him to make a pleasant announcement. Dear colleagues, thank you. It's coffee break time, half an hour, and we have 5 more keynotes in this session, and then there will be a different session on deciphering of the manuscripts. And it has 3 interesting keynotes there. Thank you. Coffee break time. And maybe we can return earlier, not that many, so that we start on time. So then 1:15. And we have a lot of colleagues here, and we have more than 1,000 views. Thank you. to Alexei Kremeshov, Associate Professor of History, Methodology, Historical Science of the Moscow Moscow Regional State University, PhD in History, Assistant Professor, Humanities and Social Sciences Center, MIPT University. Please, dear colleagues, despite the fact that for more than 25 years I've been working with archaeological research, but my key profile, specialization, I'm a medieval period expert, and each year with my students, I ask students, what are Medieval Ages mean for you? Middle Ages mean for you? And the Western historical science, for more than 10, for dozens of years, they study the phenomenon of the image of the Middle Ages. And following the analogy, it was first used for the Middle Ages, so I might be wrong, but it first used for the Middle Ages, but then they started to use it for other epoch, and how this epoch is reflected in our mind. So this is the problem of perception of the past. And a curious fact here is how this image of a certain epoch or event notion is formed. And what is also interesting to look into how it influences the future. So roughly speaking, when we assess the changes that are happening around us, when we are planning our activity in accordance with this understanding, we still stand on our understanding of the past. When the sci-fi writers Strugatsky, they said, how do you understand progress? They said, well, we understand progress as something that very recently you could hit a human on the head with a stick, and if a person was belonging to lower classes of society, you wouldn't be punished. And if you go even in the history even further back, then you could eat another human being without any consequence for your life. So somehow like that. Where we are on the historical path, they are rather often interpreted through the pictures of the past. And our foreign colleagues are looking to it very seriously. Now we do it. And I refer to the work of our colleague Arnautova here. So what sets our understanding and perception of a certain epoch, a certain era? So I developed the interest how Middle Ages, what does it look like in our mind? And globally, there are several projects that are ongoing, especially this popular project where a medieval castle is being built, get along, and people can observe how a medieval castle is being built. So you can go there and see for yourself. And today I would like to share some observations over how the image of the past is being formed on the basis of the text book in history. It's just, of course, a great role here is played by literature, cinema, and art. But what is also important is time we spend at school and what we're taught at school. And so the general education system, which emerged in the 19th century on a systemic basis, it finds its reflection in the textbook. And if we look at the very first textbook on the history of the Middle Ages, it's the last third of the 19th, beginning of the 20th century, the textbooks which are published centrally and which then become available in every region of the country. What we might notice is that it is then that our specifics of our understanding of the Middle Ages that start being formed and which find their reflection in the mass culture, and they find their reflection in various media spaces. In particular, stereotypes being formed, stereotypes of the past, which we believe to be classic Middle Ages stereotypes. If we ask an average person, what is Middle Ages for you? Well, for example, it's a feudal stairs and the feudal ladder. And this feudal ladder becomes a part of the textbook literature, study literature, and this you see it on the slide, and they're in English just to help our English language speakers and foreign colleagues. And I'll quote read a quote from Kareyev's textbook, and which says that the different feudals located at different levels of the feudal ladder, depending on their level of power. So they stand on a particular step of that ladder, depending on how powerful they are. And if we look at the visual series, which is its ladder is accompanied by, then one of the earliest attempts to demonstrate that is this ladder, the classical pyramid, which was depicted in the Soviet textbooks. It emerged later. And what's interesting here is that apart from the classical images of that Middle Ages, those night tournaments, uprisings and battles and knights, etc., attempts begin to describe the Middle Ages with the words we're used to. For example, sovereign landlord or master landlord. And this term has been widely applicable in the textbooks because the landlord or landlord, that was clear to our school children, but who is a feudal lord, it wasn't quite clear, and that is still in a way so. So yes, here it's a textbook from the 1920s, and it is probably well known to your school past when Agibalov and Donskoy wrote it, and it's like 1 million years old. And this, there's still such terms as labor rent or statute labor. These terms are still there, although some other authors, they criticize that. So, but still, I'll say it again, the tendency to describe sophisticated notions from the Middle Ages in the terms which were used to, this is where it originates. So in the 20s, 1920s, the old textbooks of the classical type, the new textbooks emerge, which try to present history as a continuous process, and they have a different name. So that's a brief textbook on the history of development of public forms. And these textbooks, an emphasis is made on the contradiction between the feudal lord and the peasant, this malicious image of a feudal castle. An emphasis is made on the heroic image of the peasant uprising, but in reality, this is simply a development of those trends which we saw in the textbooks which were published before the revolution. They also wrote about peasants who live in misery, heroic uprisings, and castles. It might seem amazing, but there's nothing amazing about that. If you read textbooks by Znoika or Kareyev, it's all there. Maybe in it's just with less emphasis. And the 30s and the 90s, this is the epoch of the domination of the textbooks of one author. Well, even if the authors are more than one, but what you see here are the covers of the most famous textbooks. First Kosminsky's, then Agibalov, Donskoy, then Yanka Trinitskaya, the experimental one, which is not quite well known. And these textbook, what we see here is a graduate stereotypization and primitivization of the description. So they reject sophisticated descriptions which present different variations of the same event, and where emphasis is made on the colossal role of a church played back then. And as well know, church played a hugely important role. So all that is taken away from the textbooks, and it is replaced by descriptions which which claim to be highly literate, high class, but they simply become generalized. For example, this description, previous description, that the ammo weighed up to 50 kilos, and if a knight would fall off the horse, it couldn't get up on his own. So the stereotypic descriptions of medieval castles that make our students think that every knight had a castle like Chateau Gaillard, or Crac de Chevalier. And there is an evidence of the fact that we try to engage all the school children of our state, of the Soviet Union, to engage that into understanding of what Middle Ages looked like. And to that end, simple images were created, but as a result, they turned into a cliche, and that damaged the they simply were, they lost believability. And I would love to see the author who would, after being hit by a spike and not wearing armor, would fall on the ground and would be able to get up. And visualization of medieval ages. Yeah, I will not be talking about how probable they are, but again, the classical medieval castle was presented like this grandeur construction, but of course only a duke or a king could afford that. And this idea, what is also lost is the idea which was present in the textbooks in the end of 19th, beginning of 20th century, that a castle is not just a feudal fort, but that would include the city and the temple and many other nuances. So all these nuances are lost. They're taken away from the text. And the same happens with the image of the knight. And what you see here in the middle part is the image of the knight from the pre-revolutionary textbook. It's far from truth. It's an armor a la Maximilian, which is only appeared at the end of the Middle Ages, and it's not typical for the classic Middle Ages. But still, Soviet authors included the images of these improbable armor, but still the editors of those textbooks, they were professional historians, and they would pay attention to the fact that the armor would evolve, but nevertheless that would rather could be called an exception than the rule. In post-Soviet time, a large variety of textbooks emerges, and on the one hand, that fragments the unified educational domain, and on the other hand, it opened doors for experiment. And what you see here, only a few text books on history which were printed back then, and the image of the Middle Ages becomes fragmented. Each textbook creates its own image of the Middle Ages, and at the same time, an opportunity is created to become closer, to match the images and the adequate history of the the real history of the Middle Ages. And for the past decade, what's typical is the process of going back to practically late Soviet model, when there was a monopoly on publication of the study on the textbook literature about the Middle Ages of the, with the exception of Бойцова and Shukurova, which the publishing house Ruskaya Slova is still trying to publish. We got back to the Gibalov-Norskoy history textbook, and although these authors are no longer with us for a long time, and this textbook has been updated in accordance with the standard, nevertheless, a lot of stereotypes and cliches which go back to the beginning of the 20th century, they're still here. And finishing my keynote, I would like to ask two questions here. First of all, what is the problem why is it difficult to create a contemporary textbook on the history of the Middle Ages that reflects the present-day understanding of the Middle Ages in terms of science, and at the same time it would be a modern textbook, well-structured, etc. It's difficult to say. We have the standard does not create any problems for that. It gives us quite broad capabilities. Probably it is not one reason, but several. And nevertheless, if we try to forecast for the future, the situation is we are now go back again to this primitivized perception of the Middle Ages among the average population. And when in the media there are such markers of the Middle Ages used as castles and knights, and what we see is how this primitivization presents itself, and that concerns not only the history of the Middle Ages, but judging by the opinion survey dedicated to the Middle Ages, well, such opinion polls will not carried out for the Middle Ages, but for the national history, but such surveys were done for national history, and what they show is that if we talk Ivan the Terrible, then people know only about oppression and death squads, and if it's Peter the Great, then it's the emperor that opened Europe or created a window to Europe. And so, dear colleagues, I only suggest to start thinking about this problem of how the image of the Middle Ages is created in the textbooks. And I can say that the next stage, which is planned, is certain numerical data and opinion poll and questionnaires, which will reveal not just my subjective understanding and assessment of the processes, but it will give a reliable and objective data. This is it from me, and if you have questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you, Alexey Stanislavovich, for an interesting keynote. Questions, please, or maybe comments? Yes, Alexey Stanislavovich, this question. The General History Institute from Russian Academy of Sciences, we discussed if we take the Middle East, what should we describe as the Middle Ages there? And since the vector might change, let's move from the general history to the world history. How could we describe the Asia and the Middle East? And this new concept has just been published by Russian Academy of Sciences, and nothing has changed there, basically for the 20th century, but are there any changes in terms of the Middle Ages. A brief answer, I'm rather radical here. The Middle Ages, in the way we are presenting it, it is Western and Central Europe, nothing more. All the rest, there is very strong specifics, and I would be very careful about when speaking about the medieval East, even Middle Age East, although it is a widespread term, and it is well reflected in the second volume of General History by Uvarov, under the edition of Uvarov. And this is the first thing. And once again, the historical and cultural standard, according to its authors, it does not dictate the entire content. It provides only a minimum and guidance, because it is a recommendation, document with recommendations, not a law. That's why, and of course, no textbook will be registered in the Federal Register if it doesn't correspond to this project. But nevertheless, a good author of the textbook, and some of the colleagues of ours are showing it, proving it, they are capable of creating a good textbook within this set framework. Any other questions and comments? Okay, thank you very much, Alexey Stanislavovich, for an interesting keynote. And we continue. Dear colleagues, and we give floor to Alexey Vladimirovich Makarkin, Professor, Department of Politics and Economics, Higher School of Economics. And Alexey Vladimirovich will talk about evolution of public attitudes towards orthodoxy in contemporary Russia. Andrei Vladimirovich, please, the floor is yours.
Выключили у себя там?
Did you turn on everything that you did? Please closer to the mic, yeah? Yeah, this is the button, yeah? This is critically important for the simultaneous interpreting. And how can I start a presentation? Yeah. Yes, I have the presentation here, and let's give us on a flash disk. And if it starts hanging, then you can ask our colleagues, indeed. And it is with great pleasure that I will actually, I'll do it myself, or somebody can do it for you.
Так, да, вот это вот, спасибо.
So this is, yeah, thank you. Yeah, close as possible. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, all right, that's right. Very good, thank you. Evolution of the relationship of society, of attitude in society to orthodoxy in the contemporary Russia. Thank you. Well, there. This is the subject of my keynote that you can see on the slide. And what do I want to begin with? There's a whole range of specialists that is Ronald Engelhardt in his huge. Unfortunately, this work is this religions and science, what's causing it and what comes next. And there's this growth of religiosity in Russia, but in 2021, it is actually on the decline, and it would be interesting to look at how what it looks like in the research, the quantitative and qualitative research, and in sociological research, and how it is connected with the quite popular theories. Because initially there was a theory of secularization in the modern world, in the contemporary world, and in most recent years it has been argued quite seriously, and this is still a couple of relatively new approaches. Post-secular society, where people say that what's happening in the contemporary world. These mostly varied authors. That then there was a very interesting discussion between Habermas and the Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, the Benedict XVI, the future Benedict XVI, Pope, and there is a certain consensus position here that this linear positivist perception of triumph of secularity is, to a certain extent, is quite limited. And even after of the work of Khrizanov, which has become a classic, post-secularity that is more radical, is more a radical concept. Of secularization, the work that was published more than 2 decades ago, that proves that the current world remained religious, and that secularization is more like it is the intellectuals who would want, in a deeper sense, they could perceive the desire for the real, and so there is this not willful justification here, which is disconnected from the realities, the world of encyclopedias, and your normal people, the French peasants, they don't read the encyclopedia, and every Sunday they would go. They'd go to Mashhad with all the consequences, of course, and then now the situation is different. Of course, nobody goes to mass on a Sunday. Scientists don't say that, and then there is an understanding what is a practical believer, what are the cult practices that actually exist. And then secularization, there was no secularization as such, you can say, then that is quite a widespread notion too. So the issue here is how this is juxtaposed in the current situation in Russia, a contemporary situation in Russia. So all these studies, there's 4 of them. One of them doesn't have the word religion altogether. There's 2 numeric studies on the subject of religion. And another one is quite close to in the Center for Political Technologies. He's a professor of School of Economics. I'm a vice president of the Center for Political Technologies. And the studies show quite an interesting process. I'm so sorry to get in your slides. Do the. Oh yeah. I'm so sorry. Yeah, good. I will. It will go in a minute. Yeah. So there are these generation changes. The younger the Russians, the more secular they are. So yeah. So they probably are right. The change was too radical. So what are the prospects? What is the future? What we have when one of these Vtiom of 2019, there was a reaction from Orthodox Church that it is not a global process. This is just an elementary growing up process. Young radical, young atheistic, young secular, and then the time will pass, and then time passes, and then everything gets into normal thing. So really, if we look with more attention at this, then growing up with play rather limited role of religiousness of young people in the process of secularization or new secular, novel, newer secularization that will change. So this is the key challenge in the long term. Sociological basis. So this is the FCOM survey of 2019. This is a monitoring of a long-term monitoring of the Institute of Demographic Studies of the Social Center of Russian Academy of Sciences, and it is limited only by the Moscow city. And then the research group CIRCON, and there was not a single word religion, 2021, this is Russian. And then there's quality, this is in Yaroslavl region. It was 1,000 focus groups there. So 5 focus groups with respondents younger than 35 and 5 of groups older than 35. The respondents, so 10 participants. So then there was in 2090. This is quite. It was quite loud, widely quoted there. The two-thirds of Russians claim to be Orthodox Christians, and then the next one is cohorts. There is nothing unusual in the next. So the older people. They are more religious, and younger people less religious. So if we look at the age cohorts from 25 to 59, then there is no difference from the median level. 65%, something like that. Younger people, 23% from 18 to 24. So it's quite seriously lower. If we compare with a little bit older, so 62%. So this acute drop, it's not just it can be explained by simple way. It could be explained by evolution. So these 23 in a few years, they'll turn into 62 years. So this kind of jump is unlikely. So this is the religiousness and being religious and age. So this is the graph, which is very illustrative here. There's a certain drop in religiousness of this is a kind of, it's smooth first, and then there was a sharp fall. And the study of Institute of Demographic Research of NEETS of Russian Academy of Sciences. So there's Kublitska, who analyzes this process, and these processes, on the basis of these studies, what kind of conclusion that she comes to? So the ratio amongst the Muscovites, religious and non-religious population, is about 2 to 1. She takes younger people. So what is younger people? And from 14 to 29, this is parity, 1 to 1. So here we say that what they take the people, younger people who in film study, and those who are a little bit older than the FCOM groups, and then the next cohort, and then the next cohort, and then the cult activity. So amongst young people, no higher than 7-8%. So religious activity is at the level of 10-11%. It seems that I wanted to continue, and when we just started the religious studies, the religious research survey, so there was French scientists, they were studying practicing believers. So practicing believer, what is it? This is a weekly visit to a church and to mass. And then there was a transition, and then the practicing believers, those who go at least once a month. So the process of secularization was actually happening. So when they're measuring cult activity now, that is more or less frequent. More than once a year. So how many years times a year they go to church, or the young people? All it's about 6-7%. This is the cult activity. So, and then the second point is more or less regular prayer. Then there's roughly the same activity. There are other types of cult activities there. That is necessary for the Orthodox. This is, of course, the confession. That is communion, and even maybe partial keeping the Lent, and it is just a statistic error in the capital, so from 1 to 4%. So this is that is very low. So my guess may be totally wrong, but where did it come from? This high activity of visits to the church with, and the prayer. That maybe, to a certain extent, it is to do with the issues of studies. They have to study. These people who are studying in either vocational educational establishment or higher education establishments, and then before the exams, then the percentage grows when they turn to certain practices, and then when they graduate. So 89, remember, there's Our Father. I was there was this prayer written, say, on the wall of the course. So so this kind of thing. Then there are certain other practices that require the deeper immersion in the church life. So the others, their motives, religious motives, they do the rites. So 8% in the younger and 19% in the older group. So what are the motives that you can do the rights? Ethnic identity, for example, Orthodox or Russians Orthodox. So if you're Russian and you're Orthodox, then if you're Russian, you're Orthodox. So this is the motivation sometimes people. So there's the Orthodox atheists. That is a strange kind of these practical believers. So at the same time, they are Orthodox, but they say that they're Orthodox Christians, but then at the same time they don't believe in God. They do exist, and they do not perform the rites normally. But this is the subject of the topic. The subject is becoming less important here, but these Orthodox atheists, they do exist. They still exist, and the last one is in 2021. Only 5% of young people they evolved from non-belief to believe, and 21% of 21 in the young people they changed their Weltanschauung position the other way from belief to non-belief to atheism. And this is the graph. This is Kublitska, again, the dynamic of the relationship of these young people. And we can see that even 2008, people kind of matched the total percentages of the number of non-religious people. It was quite low, and I couldn't tell you. And amongst young people, this plays huge role, this notion. And 2008, there was younger people that was not very prestigious. So this is atheism, this is Marxist, and Leninism is from some Soviet past, so it's Soviet secularization. 34% in 2021, even more non-religious. And the Zircon, they are not talking about religion. This is the study that I'm citing here. There's a little bit of religion here. It's impact, but there is answers to 4 questions here. And there were other questions to do with, for example, what celebrations, what feasts are they celebrate, and of course. Saint Valentine's Day, which is totally secular celebration, but then of course you look at some other answers, and Russia is in need of strengthening of its own traditions, and all the cohorts, apart from the younger ones, the youngest ones are they are oriented to the values of economic development countries. And then the next one is the young people on law. So these are the amendments after the amendments to the constitution. So where they were talking about the priority of our Russian constitution over the international law. Should there be or should there not be above the international law? The younger people, and that was 25, 34 years, the priority of international law. So in different relations, and that is compared to the older people, older cohorts, and then you can see a radical difference amongst these. Just 16% they say that the priority of Russian laws should be above. So almost 2/3 the young people and ideology. There's got to be one common ideology, or should there be ideological diversity? 63% for is almost 2/3 for the diversity, and the other, and then it reduces. So the ideological diversity is driven by all the groups other than the oldest one. So the relationships is different, and there is no overwhelming. From 45 on, there is no majority, and the older ones there is just half. And then the last one, and the last answer of this army, the army sovereignty and authority. The army is the key institute, the most legitimate, most popular instrument in CEOM, or be it Levada, or be it, it could be a foreign agent, anyway. Then this is the attitude. This is the attitude to the army amongst all the people. Just total dominating the positive amongst young people. It's 48%, 48 and 49 with. It's equal figures if you take into account the error. So the now the attitude to authorities, that's 48%, almost a half. Sovereignty 49%, and authority. There's quite strong protest. So 49% is almost a half loyal to the authorities. And amongst young people, they can about 44%, 20% condone the actions of our authorities, and some, as it is well known, the numerical studies, you cannot build everything on numerical studies. So let's have a look at what are the nuances that the qualitative research shows. That is not Moscow, that is the historically Orthodox Christian Yaroslavl region, and what we see is the separation of faith and church. This is a private thing, and first is a private, and second one is vertical. So there's a lot of from the internet, and there's a lot of Bush telegraph, and then demonstrated wealth of clerics, and this is perceived like that. This is gets into the gets deeper. And then majority of the participants, they see it as providing the services, and then they look at the quality, the prices, then they look at then the people, what the people want to hear, they want to save here, and then they record, and then they say that husbands go to the church with less and less desire, think that they will buy the icon, they buy the cross, by the necklace, and then that will actually impact the family budget. So the religious component here in the Russian understanding of this pyramid, this is not high. And then there is the trend to the reduction of young people who baptize their young children, and say, why is it so? And then they say that this is not to do with the denial of the church. It's just give the child the freedom of choice. If the child grows up and wants to be baptized, then we will baptize him. So here there is this very purely expressed personalistic approach. And at the focus groups, there is this delineation that there is the two different groups, of groups, 5 each. The 5 older ones and 5 younger ones. And young people, they with much more difficulty agree to the authority of church and the constructing of their own Weltanschauung, the values of the global world. And then there is a study, interesting, Professor Adaev in High School of Economics in 2019, where Russian society changes, and that it shows very well that this process is happening not only among Muscovite young people who are kind of more educated, more advanced, but also among the same process involves the provincial young people, young adults. So the practical believers is this tendency of it is lacking, and that the Ministry of Interior, their data, how people go to church, large feasts, the police, they calculate somehow, they count them. They are not professional sociologists, so their way of counting may be, we have to be careful when using this data, but the trend of localization, cancellation, and the reduction trigger of the reduction, the trigger was the pandemic. Of course, some people just left and they never came back, and this trend remains, and this trend is illustrated by these figures. So personalization of the church, the moral authorities, and in the beginning, in early 90s, there were moral authorities there, traditionally for church, and these were the elders, the Ilan Kristyansky, Nikolai Guryanov, Pavel Rustik was then in the Yaroslavl, these old guys, old monks, and now we ask who your authorities are, and some people say literally, because some people just they mention Ilya. Ilya is almost 90, and they don't name any others. The parish priest is an authority only for practicing believers. The majority of people don't even know their parish priest. So there was quite a strong push of the religion to the religion revival, the search of new authority, new alternatives that would replace the old authority. And at the moment, it is not of any importance. And in summary, the last point here is that how urgent it is for Russia, both the secularization and post-secularism, and the process that I would call new would call new secularization compared to old Soviet secularization that is happening. It's happening quite actively, and that differs from Soviet secularization. It is not forced. We all know how it happened in the Soviet Union during this quite modernization attempts, really evil, forcible kind. Now the process is in perpendicular to the official. The official idea is to do with the role of orthodoxy religions in 2020 in the constitution. There were changes that were introduced into the constitution. So this process is it's not from the top. It's not actually governed by it. Is the process from below. It's a grassroots process. So secularization for the contemporary Russia is not kind of urgent. Well, I'm not saying it's not urgent. Well, we need to look at other countries and maybe look at for other countries. Maybe it is the process of this phenomenon where secularization is urgent, and for Russia it's not. And if we talk about post-secularism, then this issue of post-secularization, that is an urgent issue, because post-secularism as a phenomenon of postmodern world is accompanied with blurring of religious orthodoxy, development of new religious movements, and one of the studies they record new involvement in these new religious movements after the 80s and 90s. There was a fall, and now there's a new rise, and how large a scale would be this rise, and now we can't really tell. And the constructing this world by Russian young people, by cohorts, with the priority of personal belief and encapsulating the church's organization. And this process is quite urgent. It is actually happening. It is current, and that matches the post-secularism. I'm so sorry. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Great, thanks for that. Are there any questions to the speaker? Dear colleagues, can I ask a question? Dear Alexei, then, from your point of view, the figures that you cited, are they to do with the reduction of church-going people and people positioning as believers amongst young people? Would this condition be critical from the point of view of actively promoted by the Russian state authorities the concept of Russian civilization, first and foremost connected to the Orthodox view, when currently when the characteristics of cognition of mind, let's be direct here, so decades and even maybe centuries of the previous eras. Thank you. How does it all tie together?
Я бы сказал, что государство здесь довольно осторожно. Как это, может быть, странно будет звучать.
There's got to be very careful. You've got to be very careful. And if you look at the demand, at the requirements of the church and the reaction of the state, these are very different. These things are very different. And the basics of Orthodox culture in schools, that's only in year 4 in schools. If we look at what people from church were talking about, for example, Metropolitan Mercury, who was running this catechization, there was a maximalist requires from year 2 to year 11. So there's full on religious studies here, and they didn't go against that, so it remains year 4, and that's it. And the church was suggesting to reduce the variations of the subject here. So now there is a secular ethics, there is a subject as an alternative, there is a history of religious as an alternative, as this kind of religious studies alternative. And these are and the basics of Orthodox, Buddhist, and Muslim culture, and the history of religions. They asked for the church people say that it distracts young people from the one true church, and they were asking for that. Gives this secular approach that all the churches, all the beliefs are equal, and so these theories of branches here. And the state said, no. These are the basics of the history. This history will remain, and then if we look at the figures, then there's quite a lot of parents in large cities. They pick the history of religions. So the state here is, on the one hand, they legitimize through orthodoxy here, but on the other, they want to avoid clericalism and the strengthening of roles of autonomization and of the Orthodox Church and Patriarch Nikon, like this is why these messages to do with the Orthodoxy, they are promoted quite carefully. And the authors of the school programs, the university programs, then they are secular people, they are scholars, and here they are not kind of running ahead of things. If we talk about the relationship, the attitude to church, the attitude to the church, of young people, to all of these things, we did not study, we didn't research among school students, amongst the older students, 14 and up, who for them is authority, who they perceive as authorities, as an authority, what books they read, who they listen to, and it seems that these authorities that, as well as apart from one component, that is musical component, that is the authorities are foreign. These are authors, foreign authors. Musical component here is different because they say we don't know English language. We want to listen to music that is. We want to listen to music in Russian. We want songs in Russian, but the authority, these are those who are oriented to the global trend. So it's the same. We want the same as a foreign but in Russian language. So the young people here, they don't go perpendicularly to the general moods. They don't go across that, and they just show it that what their authorities are. The young people, they don't. They're non-conflict kind of people, but they want to go around. They tend to ignore. And well, the grown-ups, they say something, well, never mind. And this is so the basics of Orthodox culture, nothing much left in their heads. They just go through, then they just sit there, spend time, and then secularism of the young people is, I mean, it may be aggressive, and it may be aggressive if there is direct foisting. Then you will have seminarists like Chernyshevsky, Pisarev, Dobrolubov, and many others who, when there was this classic religious education, and then they became really active atheists, and then there is a soft ignore, going away from conflicts. People, even if the priest comes to church here, we'll listen to him, we'll play with him. Yeah, never mind, that's good. And I'm so sorry for this this answer, because this is a very interesting topic. Even people, church-going people, then they record this worrying trend close to the trend that happened before a revolution amongst the church-going young people. You know, these small categories of people who, from the very early childhood, they go to church, who even sometimes they become altar boys, and they carry out elementary functions, and older people bring them to church, and what is recorded is quite a high percentage of them leaving church and lapsing, particularly in later years. So, for example, the school student Ulyanov, who threw away his cross, and then he had the God's law. He actually wrote an essay and got full marks for that. And so people throw away their necklace crucifixes, you know. So it happens because people here, they see the older people, and all the people say, let's go to church, and they say, on Sunday, I want to go somewhere else. I want to see my friends. I want to see my friends with different interests.
Так что чем больше...
Yeah, this is, so the more pressure, then there is more counteraction. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear colleagues. Now the time is...
Вопросы, уж извините, в кулуарах, хорошо?
Other questions, if you don't mind, we can discuss after the keynotes are over. And yes, let's thank the keynote speaker by all means, and we continue.
Следить за регламентом, хорошо?
And please stick. Don't forget about the time limit. It is 15 minutes.
Переходим к следующему докладу.
The next keynote is Oksana Yegorova, Doctor of Science in History, Professor, Humanities and Social Sciences Center, MIPT. The topic of the keynote is Dynamics of Ethno-Geographical Processes in the Republic of Kazakhstan, Research and Prospects. Please. Thank you. And since the topic has already been mentioned, I will not be repeating it. So this presentation is based on the materials of three people, Chuvash, Bashkir, and Tatar. And when preparing this keynote, we have selected those areas in the Republic of Kazakhstan where it was possible to gather detailed statistical materials, and the main source is the Bureau of National Statistics. Could you start the slides, please? The National Statistics Bureau of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Why have I chosen these three people, Chuvash, Bashkir, and Tatar? Well, first of all, I identify myself with one of the peoples in question, and I speak the language, and it was easier for me to study that language and go on expeditions. Secondly, in the Urals, these people, they are neighbors, and they belong to the Turkic language family, but one should note that when we look into the statistics, there are no data about who comes from where, and when we talk with the respondents specifically, what we find out is that they come not necessarily from Volga or Ural region or Chuvash. Some of them are from Siberia, different areas of Siberia, different cities. And for example, in Almaty, they told me the reason why they migrated was it's warm in Almaty and it's cold in Siberia. And in Almaty, it's a warm climate, big apples, fruitful, fertile land, and beautiful scenery. So historically, it so happened that Bashkir and Kazakh, they have common ethnic roots, which go back to the Bronze Age. The Tatar, they in the first half of the 18th century, and this is connected with the cultural and economic integration of the Kazakh plains and the Russian Empire. And the Chuvash people, they appeared in the 50s of the 20th century. The increase in the share and the absolute number of the Tatar, Bashkir, and Chuvash in the 50s and 60s And the population of Kazakhstan was, first of all, due to the clearing process and the mass migration to the east to Russia and to Kazakhstan. Younger people were happy to leave because back then only few could get passports. So a rural area citizens didn't have passports. Only teachers, doctors in the rural area had passports, and so young people they used every opportunity to. They would try to convince the secretaries of Komsomol organization to get a chance to leave their homeland because they wanted to see something else, something that's out there, see new places and get passport because passport would give them a chance for a better life.
Я, наверное, не совсем умею пользоваться. А вот, все. То есть я слишком... Ага.
Одним кликом.
Все, научилась. Так, ну, уехавшие информаторы отмечали, что...
So those who left, they said that they would run away together with their classmates, with their relatives, and there in Kazakhstan, they learned new professions. And along with volunteers,
которых направляли с мест учебы.
There were professionals who would, after graduation, they would go there to work, and the sped up economic development of the Union republics during the Soviet Union required the flow of specialists and high-skilled labor. For example, if we look at the number of the Tatar in comparison with the 30s, by the 50s, the number grew 5-6-fold. By the 70s and 80s, the number of Tatar in Kazakhstan was more than 1 million. That's a lot. And according to the data of the Bureau of National Statistics, the number of the people in question goes down since the 70s, and once Kazakhstan became sovereign state in 1992, the situation changed radically, and there were nationalism that started impacting non-title diasporas, and that was under the influence of the elites and the Kazakh population, and that combined with other factors like stepping up of interethnic competition and narrowing of the field of use of the Russian language, the overall reduction in the quality of life, all that led to a reduction in the numbers of these peoples. So I have studied 3 areas. Karaganda Oblast, 3 oblasts, 3 regions, Karaganda, Kostanay, and Pavlodarsk Oblast, and on the right, all the nationalities top green line. Then we see the Kazakh and the Russians, and Bashkir, Tatar, and Chuvash. And we see that, in principle, there is a reduction of all nationalities, so the overall numbers are going down. And at present, we see the data since 2005 until 2021. So the data are rather new, and it's in detail for each year. Next. The number of the title nation, the Kazakhs, is growing, and all the rest, their numbers are going down. And the same is true in the Y3 areas, because it's least in Chuvash Oblast, and the number of areas, they simply stop. And here in 3 regions, in 3 oblasts, the numbers are complete. The same is true the same changes are true for Kostanay region, and the same picture we see in Karaganda, Pavlodar region. The thing is, well, why have I chosen Kazakhstan? I had to check the data for all Union republics in the and what we were able to find in the open source. I mean, we were able to find such detailed information in the open source only for Kazakhstan. If we take the census results, which takes place once in 10 years, then here the statistics is available to each year. And if today we see one version of data, then they can be adjusted after some time. And here one needs to be careful in order to create an overly reliable picture. Now, the key factors that impact the processes of so what's happening in the 90s? After the collapse of the Soviet Union, not everyone could leave. Many elderly people, they lost their homes, and other people started living there, so there was no place to go back to, and so they wished to stay. And what's created for them are wonderful cultural, like the Assembly of the Peoples of Kazakhstan, the original House of Friendship in Pavlodar, and I was present at one of such events, and this is a very good and nice atmosphere there, and wonderful communication between representatives of different ethnicities and an exchange of cultural values. And more than 100 nations are represented there. And for them all, in the House of Friendship, there are premises for national and cultural societies, communities, and grants are allocated which are aimed at studying the national language, maintaining national traditions. There are interest circles for children, so where they can learn handcraft, they can study poems, folk songs, dancing, etc. And the key factors which influence the migration processes are the nature of the government and state policy, which is reflected in real restrictions for the representatives of diaspora in terms of self-realization, different spheres. So the preference is given to the title nation, then the difference in the quality of life and the place of living of the relatives in Russia, active implementation recently of state programs to render help for voluntary migration to the Russian Federation to the country mates living abroad. And there was this trend before the pension reform. Thing is that women retire at 63 in Kazakhstan, and here in Russia it was 55, and so they would leave for Russia to retire sooner. However, now recently this three-year difference, well, is not that relevant. Well, globalization helps keep in touch, and many of those who stayed, they are elderly, and the moving process is difficult for them, so they use internet to keep in touch, and they watch national broadcasts on TV, so they are quite happy that this form of communication is available, and it comes to replace the old age and the problems connected with travel. It's for the Chuvash, Tatarstan and Bashkortostan that are characterized by migration flows, and this is, and in Bashkortostan, it's mostly because the flow is composed mostly of Tatar. and they also go to the places where they reside. So there are much less Bashkir who go to the Bashkiria and more Tatars who go to Bashkiria. Now, the national language plays a great role. Ethnic assimilation, which is typical for the 50s, national languages, they become a communication only within the family. Since the middle of the 50s, they start losing the national language, and the loss of the national language, it has an impact on inter-ethnic orientations, and there are assimilations, a lot of marriages with the Kazakh, and today the numbers they drop. And first of all, the trend is that excuse me, 1 minute left. And at the same time, during the past 2 years, in the public space, a topic of relationship between the Kazakh and other nationalities has become more relevant. First of all, the relationship with Russians and other nationalities which reside on the territory of the Russian Federation. And it was during the period of mass protests that took place in the first part of the year, the nationalistic movements came to the front, including those who have a negative attitude. And that had an impact on the mood and enhance the flow. But today we witness interesting ethnic processes. So let's live and see what's going to happen next, because now it's a reverse process during the past few months. So the results, and I've said that. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you for keeping with the time. Questions, please. Yes, I have to ask this question. Thank you very much for a very thorough keynote and the use of statistics. My question is, I understand that by studying these phenomena, you also somehow assessed the position of the current political leadership of Kazakhstan. So in your view, to what extent and in what way the current political governance of Kazakhstan, what's its attitude to migration of those ethnic groups which you talked about, and their migration into corresponding regions in Russia? Well, this is an Oriental country, and they have their own, well, they do support their local population, of course, and the Uralmans, these are Kazakhs who arrive from other places, and the local populations, local Kazakhs, they also don't like those Uralmans who get privileges. They all want to settle in big cities, they all want benefits. So there is so much fairness, and it is inside ethnos. But overall, the attitude is the same.
Сейчас преобладают другие движения, течения.
So other trends start prevailing. They sometimes cover it up. So we need to live and see. And I have this question. Three ethnicities that you've talked about, two of them are on the territory of the Russian Federation, and the Kazakh, they are from a different side, let's say so. What is the most noticeable difference in how they're perceived among these three peoples, you mean? Yes. Well, as far as I identify myself as Chuvash, and I speak this language, and these peoples are close to me, and I feel, I sympathize with what they mentioned. Well, most likely they adapt. And even if young people are sent to a higher education institution in Russia, they all say, well, in principle, in Kazakhstan, they teach in Russian, English, and Kazakh, and you can choose any program and get education. So there are some prospects there. Yes, young people overall, they're the same. And of course, religion plays a role here. Less Tatar leave, but on the other hand, there were more of Tatar. Well, I can't say there is some one distinctive feature here. I wouldn't say there's some negative attitude, no. So to a certain extent, it probably related to the common roots, Turkic or Muslim roots. Well, if Tatars lived as Bashkir and Kazakh, they were neighbors, and the Tatar lived there since the 18th century, so it's a long they are practically relatives in many aspects. Thank you. Are there more questions? If no, then let's move on there, dear colleagues. Yes, I apologize. Grigory Rafaelovich. Yes, if I may. Let's welcome a round of applause to the keynote speaker and colleagues. Just I'm monitoring what's happening in the social media and different media hostings, and I can say that almost 1,500 people are following our broadcast on VK social media, and a large number of comments and questions, and also interesting to look at the statistics. The plenary session, the entire plenary session, and the welcome address and the artificial intelligence section, the first session. About 1,700 were following that in 3 days, and we already have 1,500 viewers on it today. So, which means that our today's session is rather elite. And what is interesting, thinking about plenary session, we're talking about VK social media, which is in Russian. And what if we take YouTube, we have almost 300 views there, and although we didn't have any advertising, but nevertheless, YouTube already started added advertising. So if you want to follow our broadcast in English on YouTube, you need to view 2 advertisings, and then you will be able to follow the broadcast. So which is a sign of quality. So I'm trying to monitor what's going on. And what I would like to ask, and I have a question about the previous keynote regarding orthodoxy, the evolution of the society from revolution to orthodoxy. And there's a question I promised the most active listener, and I wrote it to him that I'll try to ask it. Here it is. So Vladislav Salongin, and he's been with us since the start, beginning. The quote, would you say it's a mistake of the orthodoxy of so the question is, do you think it's a mistake that of the orthodoxy that Russian Church deviated from the Institute of Law and became a tradition? Well, maybe it's off the topic, but I believe that deviation, well, a deviation of the Russian Church from the Institute of Law that started from Ilarion, the law on the relationship of law and um, beliefs. That would no. Well, I'll explain. It's not about incrimination, and it's. Well, I don't think it was a mistake, simply because tradition, among other things, it provokes emotions, because people go to church not because they're interested in law. They have other reasons to be there. And the dichotomy was different. I mean, the Soviet period. So should church try to change and be compatible with the present day, or should it say to the Soviet authority that we have always existed and we were for patriotism? We are connected with the patriotic tradition, and for example, Reverend Sergei Vradanish, blessed Dmitry Donskoy, and the church chose tradition and its role, and it played a colossal role in Orthodox Renaissance in the end of 80s, beginning of the 90s, when people returned to church, in many ways thanks to history. And then later on, what happened, and well, for many reasons, I believe, so they failed to feel the change in the sentiments of a society which became part of the global world with the requirements. There were attempts made. For example, there was an interesting attempt in the beginning when Kirill became a patriarch to appease orthodoxy and with modern culture. That was
and then these attempts they had been quite chaotic, quite chaotic nature, and it managed to kind of to adapt. And in my view, it was not easy. It was not simple. It was a simple matter. Thank you very much, Alexei. And there's just a little bit of a reverse now to the keynote speaker, to Leonid Borodkin. I just wanted to answer another question. So could it be possible to that Oksana is writing to, I don't know, probably pseudonym, but Oksana anyway. How certain is this? Are there certain sources on the new economics policy? Could they not manipulate the figures? Could they? Yeah, thank you very much for interesting question. How trustworthy is the figures from the new economics policy historians? The basis of the profession. This is the source knowledge, the critique of the sources, and professional historians. They start with the premise that any source has certain problems, certain issues. Then there are internal, external critique of the source, and so the question is correct. And now, about the statistics from new economic policy, from NEP, and the current historic science, the evaluation of certainty, of trustworthiness of the source from the 20s, it is quite high. It is the statistics who had pre-revolution experience, good education, and they carried the knowledge, the statistical knowledge, to the period of the 20s of the 20th century. And the survey of peasants' households, 600,000 households, that was done, led by a very strong specialist, the pre-revolutionary regional statistics, and that was done with all the requirements to representation and accuracy of the data in question. So they did they do this survey quite meticulously. Slow. They're quite reliable sources, and there were no causes then to bend the figures. So all of this started in the 30s. So the statistics from the 30s, then there's a lot of there's a direct falsification of even the census of 1937 was it was just it was the census of the executions and the losses. There was a new census to hide the losses of the population, but in the 20s it didn't happen. So it is quite reliable statistics, and more to the point, there is a publication of our Siberian colleagues. The Siberian branch of the Academy of Sciences, who call this the golden age of statistics. These are the 20s of Soviet statistics, and then later, the problem arose later. So it is with trust that we take statistical data from 1920s. Thank you. Well, thank you, Leonid. And maybe we can carry on, and I give the stage to the moderator, and now to Maxim Sinitsyn, is MSU Institute for Artificial Intelligence, Lomonosov Moscow State University, and Maxim is going to be talking about the historical science in the era of big data, unused opportunities and prospects. So the stage is yours. Thank you, colleagues. And it is quite a narrow subject here, different methodologies. And so I'm going to tell you what I started with when building this keynote. The thing is that in the Institute of Global History, Total History, I was actually working with the Center of History of 20th Century, and then the key vector there is diplomacy, analysis of higher governments, military and state governance, what is the masses of sources. And the problem of the 20th century, we kind of get confused in the numbers of sources, because there are so many, and for the 20th century, if it is not domineering, it is at least domineering. I think so. There are two problems that are stemming from that. First is this really narrow specialization. We are viewing the subject matter, the object, much narrower than we could have. And what we get is data that is not quite correct. And the second point, we get the chronology is narrower. If we are looking this from First World War to the Second World War, if you would take this period, then the historiography is shared in three stages: the Great Patriotic War, between the wars, and the First World War. So one person would analyze the whole three at the same time. It's impossible because there's lots and lots of sources. So historiographically, and how it was resolved before. And this is the issue. So there are reports. If there is a General Pokrovsky commission that the issues of 41, the first half of the 20th century, I'm going to be talking about these things predominantly. These examples, yeah. The committee of General Pokrovsky, that is problem of the 1941, everything that they managed to cover. This is the experience of generals, heads of headquarters, the fronts and armies. Because getting this experience from below, these masses and masses of documents, neither then nor now, nobody could manage to do that. It was just the reports. So it was so many times remove the document from below. So there is a report, and then a report of reports, and then this connection of what was actually happening at the bottom at the bottom rung of the ladder, then we lose it. So, and the second thing is that the degree of polarization of sources and historiography. And so one fact, we can have lots of opinions, but at the same time, the sources they doubled up, they overlap. So you take historiography. So on 41, the facts are well known, but they are grouped into different. I'm just not going to be mentioning it, but they're grouped into certain clusters. And then the third issue here is that I've talked about, that in the 20th century we shifted to socio-technical systems, and this model that even in the West it is accepted that the most important is personality and the subject of decision making, and so the stress is here at the top, military and political leadership, and then it is not correct. The low level of the governance. We're going like the military divisions and below. They have a certain roles. They have a certain role here, and an important role. And these degrees they're kind of cited here, and it's important. And so this is an example of a report. And I just want the next document. This is the document from 21st of June. This is the northwest front of the army. It wasn't called the front, it was called Northwest Special Military Region. And then it was not at the level of the frontline documents or the regional documents. What is described here is just that the armies, they go to the borders, and in the open documents that was actually recorded, that is from the top, it was said verbally, and then it is recorded, written. This is just, I found it somewhere, but to dig it down, to leaf through the documentation, the archives, it's impossible. So you find it, people have it, and then historical information systems at the moment, they are in the sphere of building the databases and building and storage. So the project of Russian Historical Society and memory of the people's memory, and the Soviet epoch. So there's a the fund of Stalin's, and there's a historiographic toolbox. So, for example, Access here resolved that, because you concatenate these documents all together, and then you look for certain matches for the subject. So it's quite it's a huge work, and everything that we have now, these are the old bibliographic cards, where just a certain documents. How do, like Brio do that, and they split it. Each document there is a gathering. There is a card for each document, and then split. So analytical subsystems in this respect, we have serious problems. So which raises the labor intensiveness, specifically on the 20th century work on the 20th century. We compare information analytical system as a class and work of historians, then they overlap quite a lot, because history is work with documents, and if we cannot, if we can't pull the document from an archive, and only if it's digitized, then you can actually download it somewhere. But in the analysis, the tools that we have now for history, they are, roughly speaking, they're incorrect. Why? Because the typical aim and systems of monitoring that remains. This is the new news background, and this analysis of mentions and quote citations, and so this is the model of three subsystems. It's quite a typical for this story. And here I'll tell you that this is a very much simplified this diagram. So I've tried to sort out to formalize the work of historian. We find source, then we do the source analysis, the source knowledge analysis, and then we've realized historiography, who and how and what for, interpreted the facts. So the facts do not exist without interpretation. So, and then after that, we described the object in terms of the subject study, the study subject then. And there are two approaches that could be seen for the automation of this kind of activity. The first one is, I start with the second one, it's simpler. The goals set for a historian when we have masses of contradictory information, this is get everything together, get everything that exists. Many people, many authors wrote, you have to have all the work, all the mentions, and it could be spread everywhere. So if you set yourself a question to prepare, for example, the training of the high officers in the army, so some information in some work, and there could be in some other works from a totally different point of view. So this is one of the keys to understanding the objective understanding of the historic process. And the technologies that we have now, the technologies, the semantic search, this is not a keyword search, this is, or not only like the Yandex does it, but also the technology that make it possible to have the semantic closeness of the text. And it could be used for search of similar fragments, the analysis of the tone of the text, and then that could be in source analysis. Then you can understand what objects are described in a source or in historiography. The author has a certain judgment and or bias, thematic modeling. This is the ability to classify a document according to the subject, according to the theme, subject matter. There are these tools that naturally historical science actually can be adapted to the art of history. And then the last one is this technology of distant reading, which is ranging documents by what documents should be read first and then second, etc., so as to avoid the repetition. Because when it's just psychologically, when a human being sees a lot of material that he or she knows, then you lose attention, and then it is very difficult to read the same thing many times. So these are the three things that I point that I mentioned. This is semantic closeness. This is the graph of connection between the personalities, with the connection establishment of the card of the organization, personality, time and place. And in the previous paper, there was a card somewhere. I was referring it to. So it's one of the how to actually write out the time, place, the personality, etc. So, and it's worth mentioning here, there's nominatives and objects in the text. Then is it a noun? Is it? It is not how there is the closed off places, so like tag words, for example, which you have to pay attention to. Now it is open system, so the system can be actually tuned. And stemming from this, you can actually make conclusion that the key principle that there is no strong artificial intelligence in about 5-10 years, and maybe 20 years. It's not going to happen. There will be no strong intellect that will actually do it for you. What we have to have is automation of certain functions, and that is what's needed. And if we want to do something further, then establishment of a certain ecosystem is needed, so that would remember the action of the historian, the specialist, and then based on that, it will train itself. It can be trained, and then the principles to build the AI system, then it should actually work, judging by experience. And here, as an example, next two slides, I showed what can be done. What can be done in terms of source analysis and search and recommendation system. First is the emotive card. This is the tone of so the named essence and whatever these are the nominatives. This is analysis in respect of, for example, Stalin, Molotov, etc. And if we look at the picture, analysis negative, positive, then you can see the attitude of the author to the personalities. And so the historical polarization one is well developed. It's a triplet. A triplet is, so this is a noun and then a verb and then a descriptor. And then if we look at the certain fragments here, and the system is trained then and search the polarization for polarization and polarization, then in our research group we're working exactly that. So this goal can be resolved, and this is what will make the source analysis more simple analysis of historiography. So the repeated and semantic model, repeated information, we can manage that. All of that is possible. So in terms of search and recommendation systems, non-keywords, but shift to the intelligence search, like recognition search. So Yandex on its service, it can't go through this all these texts and tag it. And but on your home PC, it is quite possible. So you have to have the system. You see, the system builds the ontology, and then you work with the system, and then the thematic modeling, subject modeling. So it's looking not like a bibliographic description what it is about. So like in the library, Lenin's library, the history of the USSR and military matters. So yeah, that is very general. But if you have thematic modeling by fragments, it will much simplify the task and building timelines in terms of personalities and organization. But that is the sequence issue here and the inheritance issues. So the previous organizational structure, next organizational structure, if there is no direct connection, if there is direct connection, then you view it as a one whole, and if you don't, then the First World War and Second World War, as an example, then the terminology changes, and then objectively it's very difficult to work. Well, thank you. Yeah, you have 1 minute. Yeah. And the potential of application for application. Why have I placed it on the first place? Because you quote the research work under a false representation of the past, and when the decisions are made now following the false representation of the past, and that would actually resolve the problem of history falsification. It will actually make the much better informedness of people on the issue of NEPA or Stolypin reform, etc. People keep quoting, and the other, I can just keep telling you, the natural sciences and getting this masses of data, then you can look at can the machine using the current tools to actually build the logic, to state the logic, because we don't have the sources, we don't have how it works, and we don't have this. It can be built, but the machine might actually answer that if it's using the. So yeah, I'll just pass this slide and then I just keep to the schedule. Thank you very much. Are there any questions to Maxim? And the question that I have to Maxim, yeah, please, slide number 12, if you will. Here, what you have here is the methods recommended, right? And this is a slide 12, yeah. So this is the intelligence search. So this is reading and mathematical thematic modeling, subject modeling. The linguists, they developed these approaches, and there is a big question how relevant they are to history. And we discussed the distant reading for a while, and we can't formulate what the method is and the technology. So yeah, I understand. Well, in this understanding, this is it is what I was mentioning. This is ranging. Distant reading makes it possible to do a summary of document without having to read the entire document. And here, well, this is the methods of ranging. So this is the read this document as full, and then you have fragments on the subject. And the subject modeling, thematic modeling, this is necessary for the search. So different two approach to facts. So the fact triplet that is now is used quite, and then the fact is a fragment, which the researcher choose. So these are the most adaptable approach, and it should actually prove itself useful. So thematic modeling is mathematically is very complex procedure, which macrolinguists they came up with it for the fiction texts and for artistic texts. And I've never seen a successful use of thematic modeling by historians. But linguists, they don't bother with the content. Is a formal characteristics of text, and I so far have not seen historians to apply it to that they could use that. And there's a course of thematic modeling, subject modeling. Konstantin Vorontsov actually teaches. Yeah, I've been in his lab. I am from his laboratory. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to see just one example of historian using this purely linguistic. Distant reading, yeah. What technology is the technology of distant reading? And you ask, what is the technology? There is an algorithm, or it was there are 6,000 novels in English, 18th century, 19th century, that nobody ever read. This was all graphomania, but why not study these 6,000 novels? And every time when there is a question, have you studied? And the answer is, well, we've studied the actual headings, and then we've put a question there. How for two centuries the length of the name changed. In 1724 words as an average, and then 18, then 10. So us historians are not bothered much with the length of the heading, the length of the title of the novel. So what is this distant reading? It's kind of a mask. It's kind of well, this is one of the problems of foreign names and deep words behind which a lot is hidden. I'll tell you, I'll start with thematic modeling, and thematic modeling is used in systems of monitoring. And if we can, thematic modeling, if you open that, if you open encyclopedia, this is the method of search of connected words within one document. So this is the frequency of what is how to do thematically split the documents. That is not a thematic model. This classification without the teacher. So all of this works. How does it work then? How do you explain it so it's simple fashion? And then what you have is the collection of the words. It's limited. It's limited. So the text, the fragment that is described, that describes a certain object that would have a certain textual linguistic units. And if another object is described, there will be another lexical unit will change. And then if we remove these subjects from another, the system monitoring systems do that. For example, there is one fact, there is some political event, and then you take that, and then thematic modeling works that. So we understand that not only mention of these keywords has gone up, but the subject actually has gone up. This is done in active use. It would be very good to see that in the work of historians. So far, I haven't seen. That is why we are working. This is what we are trying to do, trying historians to. Yep, thank you. More questions? Yeah, I'm so sorry. Short question on for understanding. It is not the couple of years ago. It is not the latest figure, but I had the data that 2 years ago, just at the beginning of the pandemic, they were in the world. There was about 17,000 published books, and if we talk about digitization, documents, including historic, that was just. It was totally just very modest figures, like 2-3% only of, and I don't think that in 2 years the situation radically changed. And does it mean to say that when you start using this technology, first of all, you have to find the entire set of historical documents involving your subject, then digitize it, and then do the work that you. So how actually expedient would be that? Well, thank you for a very interesting question. And here we've been thinking about that. So the task of gathering, this is the humongous engineering task because if like the memory of peoples, and how do you pull out of that and then insert somewhere else, engineer from the engineering point of view, and theoretically it's difficult. So this is the goal for historians. If we take, for example, quite well developed subjects, and if we and then we attempt to broaden, for example, chronological framework or join together deep research together. So the huge amounts of documents we have to process anyway, because at the readings in the Institute of Global History, there was this option that you can mention a different word, but if you somehow touch the object of the study, you have to understand who wrote what about that, because not just the fact, and then you have the conclusion, but you have to have the understanding of how it fits into the concept of you as the author, which is why a digitization of documents is still in the charge of historians, and so we have to broaden the narrative and to get to more chronologically important points. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. All the other questions you will probably postpone. Yeah, you can ask personally, dear colleagues. Let's thank the keynote speaker. Thank you.
Giving the reins over to you to announce the last keynote presenter. Colleagues, sorry for intervention. It's just a series of keynotes we planned. A series of keynote speakers, the final ones they couldn't present it, so that's why they asked to present it tomorrow. This is one keynote, yes, and there are three co-authors in it's an application of ICT and statistical approach in historical projects. So the next keynote, it will be the final one for this session, then there will be a break and then we'll continue. So the final keynote for this session is Sofia Piroshkova, PhD in philosophy, Senior Research Fellow, Department of Theories of Cognition, Russian Academy of Sciences, Institute of Philosophy. Please. The role of digitalization and computing technologies in evolution of the principles of scientific focus and everyday predictive activity. Good day. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. And I'm sorry for not being present in person. Wasn't able to send the slides, so I will try. I will present my thesis verbally. So I will start by saying about forecasting in its development and throughout the past century, the scientific forecast and its methodology and epistemologic principles, they have underwent serious changes. And as far as forecasting is concerned, forecasting is a disciplinary and interdisciplinary area. It is it is directly related with these changes in methodology. What should be pointed out here primarily is that the driver of those changes was the development of quantitative forecasting, in particular the emergence and perfection of quantitative modeling, which was based on non-causal models. In particular, one of the widespread methods here is the method of temporal series. In those areas where it is still not quite clear, those causal relationships which result in certain events are not quite clear, and the use of these methods has become a way out of the situation. Well, at least that it is clear that there are some limitations in terms of precision and long term, but nevertheless, it has become possible to obtain certain forecast. Probably the best example of how this situation is unfolding when there's no possibility and that there's a lack of knowledge and understanding of certain regularities. And these focus tools, which are based on non-causal models, and they make it possible in this situation to implement this forecast function. In particular, the forecast of earthquakes. Well, it works quite there. It works quite fine. But one should point out that despite the fact that in the area of economics, the quantitative forecasting is rather successful overall. By the 70s, last century, the consensus was established that in the area of social forecasting, the quantitative methods, they have the limits of their applicability. And that prompted the development of non-quantitative methods. First of all, expert forecasting. And for some time, it seemed that those methods, they gained popularity. It seemed that they are a leader in terms of methodology, and this relative consensus, it stayed until the last decade, when the development and further development of quantitative methods changed the status quo, and that is connected with the digitization processes and the development of intellectual technologies. So what I refer to here, if we go back and when we talk about non-causal models, so what do we need to build those models and to make sure that they use successfully? The key factor here is that we need to gather a large masses of data for a longer period, which make it possible to identify quasi-regularities when we have no idea about, or we don't have a complete understanding about the laws which are responsible for the laws of creation of certain events. And second is processing of that information, and specifically the development of quantitative forecasting. The booster for that development was the creation of computers and a fast progress. And in that respect, if we talk about social forecasting, it turns out that on the one hand, digitization and the movement of many social processes into the digital domain, it creates quite unique opportunities to monitor and to gather data. So if before it was necessary to use the methods of social surveys and different models and a priori models of human behavior, then right now a lot can be observed in real time because every person during a larger part of his life exists in the virtual space. And a rather widespread example, which is familiar to everyone, is a marketing model, which are used to track the behavioral models of the people, of the consumers, and the purchases are made quite often in the situation of the pandemic, which started 2 years ago, and that situation got a very powerful booster. The purchases are made in the virtual domain, and that makes it possible to track that behavior. And that goes for other domains as well, which is communication or statement of public statement of a certain standing or activity in social media, etc., which makes it possible to accumulate tremendous arrays of data. And so far, there's a restriction here, namely that this representation and its scale, they are short in time, but in time and with accumulation of data, the capability to track a life of a person throughout his life and gathering those data, this is a new situation in the area of information gathering. And the second thing about processing of that info, well, it is clear that if we're processing this data and processing it manually, then that would be an unsuccessful thing. So such methods as big data methods are important here, which make it possible to work with this information efficiently. And this situation, on the one hand, it changes radically the status in social the situations social in forecasting, although the consequences of the situation are unclear, and we can only speculate. And because on the one hand, there are alarmist sentiments that are being expressed. And if you look at the literature on methods of big data analysis, then according to that method, when it was developed and when it was disseminated and grew successful, then the alarmist sentiments emerged, saying that intellectual methods, they oust standard activity of natural intellect, and they even pose a threat for scientific learning. And the discussion that started several years ago, it ended and well, the result was those alarmist sentiments, they were branded as alarmist, and without not having any valid reason. And as of today, like I said, we don't have the temporal period which would allow us to accumulate a large enough array of data and create models and forecasts which might enable us to make midterm and long-term forecasts. So for now, it's a method of short-term forecasting. And I'll give an example here. Again, we're going to have a look. We can take pandemic as an example of how those developed during pandemic. So if we so when we have a virus and starts propagating, then it is short-term forecasting, which includes social media, search engines, and search requests. That works, and the big data processing method is working. And here in the short-term period, we are able to make successful forecasts. But if we talk about the problem as such, if we say that apart from, well, for example, certain situation emerged, we need to monitor it, and it is in the short-term forecasting mode, we need to control it. Then, apart from that, we need to create scenario forecasts for the future with assessment of risks. In particular, what region is most prone to risk from the point of view of various infections, or what kind of infections could that be? What methods to counteract that are possible? That all refers to a prerogative of not intellectual systems and not AI, but rather natural intellect, and in particular the work of experts and the use of expert methods. So we can register that there's methodological changes, but today to say that there is a threat to natural intelligence, well, for now we cannot say that. On the other hand, what we can say exactly is that there is a redistribution of functions, in particular between the numeric and non-numeric, non-formalized forecasting in the area of social forecasting. And moreover, we can expand the context and look at that from the point of view of the problem of redistribution of functions between the natural and artificial intelligence. And again, that is 1 minute, and that fits into the overall discussion, which is inspired by the emergence of new methods, such as method of big data. And one should mention, and this is a key thing I wanted to talk about, one should mention that both digitization and the development of artificial intelligence, development of these technologies, they influence on non-scientific forecasting methods, and they also influence on how our standard forecasting is built, and in particular different systems they offer to a common person. They offer to make the planning process easier, make the forecasting process easier. And some of the tasks can be assigned to various intellectual systems and assistants, digital assistants. And this is also a situation of challenge, because this is where we encounter the redistribution of tasks between natural intelligence, intellect, and artificial one. And if in the domain of scientific foresight, there is no threat, so more concern is caused by this redistribution of functions and the fact that a standard person can delegate the function of planning and forecasting to different intellectual assistants. The concern is how that would, what consequences would that have for the state of natural intellect? And this is the sphere where these changes have just emerged. And we can only state this problem to try to understand what the consequences are going to be. And that requires research and monitoring of the situation. So this is the situation. That would probably be it from me. If there are questions, I'll answer them or explain in more detail. Thank you.
Спасибо, Софья Владиславовна. Пожалуйста, если есть
Thank you, Sophia Vladislavovna. Please, if there are questions, yes, if I may. Thank you very much for the keynote, and it is relevant for the entire series of social sciences. And in your keynote, you've made an emphasis on risks of domination of artificial intelligence, which harms the human intellect and knowledge of scientists. But when they talk about big data, the scientists say that when big data technology is used, the forecast is based on the mutual occurrence. So the main procedure which is used in this case is the procedure of multiple correlation. And this search for causal relationships, which is at the basis of the new and newest time,
Часть технологий больших данных, она опирается на так называемые
it
процедуры.
becomes expandable. And the same goes for the procedure of interaction with the teacher. So the causal relationships, they come to the backdrop. From your point of view as a philosopher, what are the risks of principal change in this system of proof in the modern and postmodern science? What might we encounter here? Thank you. Yes, thank you for the question. I've mentioned that briefly, and it is true that during the past decade in the periodics, there's been a discussion about the problem that big data, they threaten the scientific learning, because first of all, scientific learning is based on a causal explanation. However, from the results of this discussion, it's been proven quite convincingly that these concerns, they they are untimely and they're premature. Because what we can obtain using the big data method, I mean, the forecasts, and as it is seen from what I've shown today, this is a very limited circle of tasks, and still without theoretical prerequisites, there's a significant portion of scientific tasks, and we're talking not just about fundamental research, and it's important to understand that. We're talking about applied problems as well, because sometimes the argument is based on the fact that, well, okay, all applied tasks and big data, artificial intelligence will help solve them, and then society say, okay, it's great, why do we need science with fundamental research, big spendings, etc., and theories which no one understands apart from the researchers. But the thing is, it is the applied tasks that at some temporal section, and so these methods are applicable to a certain circle of tasks, but then this is when, after that, this is when problems start, and you cannot go anywhere without fundamental research and studies. And this has been shown convincingly in our Russian-speaking literature. I haven't come across these studies yet, but in the English-speaking periodics, there was that discussion, and the arguments are rather convincing. Thank you very much. Any more questions? Allow me to ask a question. Here in the keynote, we can point out two layers. One that we just talked about, it is the relationship between artificial natural intelligence, and overall as a problem, it is discussed broadly, yes, and it's a complicated question. The second is forecasting. I'm quite familiar, and we'll use the example of the pandemic, COVID pandemic. It is true that big teams, they have been working throughout these 2 or 3 years, and they're forecasting the next waves of pandemic, and they were forecasting the regional specifics of the processes. And it's clear that in the capitals, this is going deeper and longer, but those forecasts, they're built using differential equations, and which could have 5 variables. And what's happening in the social media, well, it's probably not that interesting because colleagues I know, most of them had COVID, but no one wrote about it in the social media, or some write about that, but whether it's a representative, it's a big question. But the forecasts are made not based on these fragmented mentionings in the network. This variable, these are macro variables which measure the parameters of the pandemic. And I wouldn't be talking about these data. These are simple data which can be processed by the laptop. And this is not quite typical for the use of big data. This is work with the models where measurable variables are used. And this is what was happening 10 years ago when there was the word big data wasn't even used. And so there are groups in Moscow, St. Petersburg, other places, and usually these are traditional prognostic models with scenarios where they make certain assumptions. That's why I would differentiate artificial intelligence and big data. And by the way, I don't quite understand the term big data method. I understand technologies, neural networks, expert systems, etc. But I don't know what is a big data method. And still, big data, if we use Russian national standard big data, these are stream data which flow without stopping, and it's a big problem how to store them on computer clusters using special technologies of parallel data processing. So in a standard situation, big data, well, it's just many of them. For example, they cannot be registered in the memory of a standard laptop. But if we follow this term, and this is the term from the computer science, contemporary computer science, and it has a specific definition, and these are data which are streamlined data, which cannot be processed, streaming data which cannot be processed with the standard hardware means. I don't want to start a discussion here, but it would be good, using the big data term, it would be good to define, are we referring to averaged understanding, or are we using the state standard definition? But these are just notes. Thank you. Well, these are by all means very important notes. Thank you. And maybe in terms of forecasting with pandemics, this is not a very good example, because most likely here I was referring not so much to the methods of processing of information, but rather that due to representation of our life in this virtual domain, we can gather more data about human behavior and moods and sentiments which are related with certain events, including pandemic. And like you mentioned, that in your circle, no one said it specifically, it was writing about it specifically. But I remember that during the first months, it was really a lot of publications on that. And it is clear that from the queries we try to monitor that. And this is another known thing if we talk about queries about the rising temperature, that there's high fever and the olfaction is lost, and it means that the virus got there, and then we expect a spike in incidence and mortality. And this belongs to the domain of monitoring rather than forecasting. unless we need to create a forecast regarding the increase in mortality, and we say, okay, we build this logic chain that if there is a lot of queries in a certain region, that what to do if there's high fever, how to call an ambulance, and what to do if the ambulance is not coming, then a forecast can be built that in a month's time we're going to have a spike of mortality in that region if it's a pandemic. Well, how? Yes, this is a forecast, and how valuable is it? Because it's clear if we talk about the models of development of the pandemic, well, it is clear that from the purely informational, the content is much more rich. But most likely, what we talk about here is that a part of functions of the forecasted task that can be resolved by means of information which is derived from the internet, how people behave, how they're represented on the internet, in the browsers, etc. And from this example, we see that there is no challenge to classical forecasting methods. Most likely, it's like an additional option, which makes it possible to resolve certain tasks. I guess that would be my answer. Thank you. Any more questions? If there are no more questions, then I will give floor to Grigory Rafailovich. Colleagues, I thank everyone who are here, and practically everyone. We have over 1,500 views in VK. I thank for everyone for the discussions and active participation. For example, we had Olga Valentinova Popova.
Огромное спасибо модераторам.
I thank the moderators, Leonid Baronkin, member correspondent of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Alexei Kalimshov, assistant professor, and the curator of the entire historical block. And in our handout, we had, it is true that our session is supposed to continue until 4 because we shifted one keynote for tomorrow. So we were supposed to be here until 1600 hours. So the coffee break is until 16:30, and 16:30 we'll start a short session for half an hour, which will be about deciphering manuscripts. Please join us in 40 minutes, and now we go in for a break. Thank you.
да, да.
Дорогие друзья и коллеги, мы, собственно,
Dear friends and colleagues, we are restarting. We continue our section here, and so now this section. I'm just trying to correct myself after coffee break, and this is I'm just attempting. We are attempting our section meeting, which is on analysis of handwritten manuscript and deciphering of manuscript. So the moderators one Maxim Krongaus, that's from MIPT, and I'm going to give him the Sechendana Penska. She's next to me. She's MIPT University, head of research group in the Research Center. So I can announce your keynote, and then Maxim will come probably, and then you will you can charge him with this. So I'm just telling you that the translation of the broadcast is available on our website, and there is a link there in Russian. It is in Vkontakte, and in English language it is in the YouTube, and there is simultaneous interpretation, and they will be it is recorded, so you can watch recording later. There is more than 1,500 views, and now the second session on the same. It is the same link, so at this point has been actually recorded. Yeah, no, now. It is the cultural heritage, intelligent analysis of text. A professor, School of Philology, academic supervisor, Faculty of Humanities, University, head of Research Center, Interdisciplinary Research Center, MIPT University, Penska Elena, together with the PhD in Cultural Studies, Assistant Professor, School of Philology, Senior Research Fellow, Interdisciplinary Research Center, MIPT University. Любовь Валерьевна Хачатурян. So let's greet our keynote speakers and give them the floor. And I give them the floor to Yelena. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. For me, it is a great honor to participate in this Congress. And our section is very focused. And I am so happy to say that colleagues are going to be talking about how they work on certain overlapping or close issues, and I'll tell you about what we do, what kind of luggage that we've got, what kind of things we've got under our belt, and what are the subjects, what are the issues that have been delineated, described in our program, and so we have something to talk about together, and to juxtapose our practices, cultural heritage and handwritten text and intelligent analysis of handwritten texts. That is we collaborate with mathematicians. That is interdisciplinary thing, interdisciplinary program, interdisciplinary project, and work in a sphere of big data, and we work with the analysis of raster pictures, raster graphics of handwritten sources ranging from 18th to 20th century, and we build the big data manuscripts, so large big data manuscripts, big manuscript data sets, big copy of data, and this is the subject modeling and data mining, which gives us the enable to use the tools of the new developments in the artificial intelligence, applying those developments to our traditional humanitarian disciplines. So, what kind of goals do we set for our own group, our researchers, our research? So, first of all, that is the development of algorithms, principles to how to build a corpus of big data manuscripts. This is the handwritten documents of from 18th to 20th century, and then the second goal, so as not to blur the borderline of the borders of our activities. I try to get together and focus. This is the automated recognition, image recognition, plus segmenting of handwritten sources and description of format of research queries. So these are the three, and I think number 2 and 3, they kind of they're correlated very much. So they could be. So this line here could be very compact, and this, of course, is the development of research inquiries, because this corpi, this field of raster images, pixel images, then to be useful for scientific research, for academic research, and for us, it is in it's at our hands. So this is the work with real archives of handwritten sources. This is handwritten sources in PIM, the historical museum, and a huge, massive this is RGB, and St. Petersburg archives are the Pushkin Institute of Russian Academy of Sciences, and the massive, really large ones, and the Russian State Archive of Literature and Art, of course, and of course, that is GATH, the State Archive of the Russian Federation. These are the key basic sources for us, and this is the vector of our research, which this is to establish the bank of searchable theoretical and experimental tasks that's to do with the description of queries, and so these prospects, as you can see, they contain these steps, kind of rungs on a ladder to go from graphical analysis of elements of the system to semantics. And this transition will make it possible to come to conclusions of what the actual handwritten document consists of, the content, the structure. And the next 3 steps is the system of automated navigation, which is necessary for this kind of research, and development of tools for thematic modeling, subject modeling of handwritten text. So when your mass of, say, a number of thousands of certain collection of documents in a set, so what I can, the collection of documents, the copy which I am working with at the moment, that is that's 18th, beginning of the 20th century. This huge family, kind of fungus predating the Petrov, Solnyov, and all the Sukhov, Kabelin, Krichetnikov, this family of Musina, Pushkin, of this mycelium, widespread mycelium of this family collection, and these collections, they it is hundreds of thousands of handwritten documents in these collections, these notebooks, diaries, memoirs, letters, all of this correspondence, all these sets of documents without the involvement of it's many have not been touched since 1934. Since 1934, when these collections have been formed. That is just one of the cases, and there's a final stage of all of this is to build the program and to patent it, and MIPT has that, a program for work with non-structured sets of data. And this program, this software, in our view, should provide the manageability, governance of the corpus of raster pictures of these handwritten sources. So a little remark here, a little aside here, then of course that for the audience, for the viewer, it's always there is a question that now we have a lot of various institutions, different programs that work. It seems work with these issues with deciphering of handwritten documentation, and in reality, this is a separate conversation, and all of this is a BBYY company that works with handwritten materials and fighting with them, and then probably more kind of particular cases. Everything deserves a separate conversation because there's a lot of very refined, sublime issues here. We do not do deciphering or image recognition. We do totally different. This is the intelligent analysis of handwritten text and then segmenting, tagging, and then further. Yeah, it looks like I pressed somewhere not the right button. So this is what I was talking about. That the goal of in contrast to everybody working in this overlapping and neighboring subject matter, there are a couple of things I wanted to stress. This is the system of automated navigation around the handwritten text that gives the opportunity to us as users, as researchers, to get data on the subject composition and structure of undeciphered, unrecognized handwritten text. So we don't deal with the actual text recognition. So when it's also come to the modeling of corpus of handwritten texts according to the researchers' requirements that we established. So the second stress here that I wanted to make, the emphasis that I want to place, what's the most popular approach is the recognition of the symbols of the text, and that is not done by the software of any class ever. And the new method of work with the data analysis is to concentrate it on the graphics, on studying the graphical elements in combination with additional elements, and focusing on the attribution, the dates of place, the format, the size, the address, the signature, the heading, the syntaxes, the punctuation marks, and all of this. So that will make it, exactly these things will make us it possible for us to make a step forward towards semantics. So just have a look at this kind of thing that work with. These are the simplest things. This is how it is tagged automatically, demarcated, and so this is the work, the corpus of these good high quality digital copies of these documents. So this is the documents which give a quite understandable hierarchical and graphical organization. So epistola, ego documents, and working books. So this is what the archives can offer us, and I think that probably I'm not going to be talking about the substantiation of the importance of the issue. That is quite clear, and I can come back to what I started with what I've started the conversation. And I started the conversation with this is the interdisciplinary project which stems from the collaboration with mathematicians. And there is the real quite a lot of work, quite a large corpus of documents have been gathered together of handwritten sources. It is available, it is accessible, and 75,000 of units of raster images, digitized documents from RASCI archives, and which you see, the list of which you can see. This is in principle, this is a new format that makes it possible to working with the static published text to work with the actual source, the different versions, and which are in this dynamic process of being created. And at this, I ended this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. So Maxim, who I wanted to see here, and I'm so sorry I was going from Dolgoprodny. If there are questions, considerations, reflections of Elena Lenskaya, this is a very rare opportunity to ask the question. It's a very pragmatic question that I have. These plans are massive, huge. Can you imagine time to resolve this? So this future, how soon is it? Is it a part of some project that you're working on, or is it just in a very, very hard timeline, or what? Yes, we have some regulating documents, and the work is it is a step by step. It is written out, and all the big plans they build of small local plans, and it is step by step that we're going to be moving forward. I also wanted to add here and to clarify here that we in MIPT we have a number of research groups on interdisciplinary projects. There is this kind of evidence-based humanities and social sciences that is as a priority 2030 federal programs of leadership, and so some of the one of the project, as you see, the project I am running this project. I'm not a research on the initiative of the principal of Livanov of MIPT. There is a number of research groups. One Elena Penskaya, then Sifronga, another one, the group of Fedyukin's group, and which they are on in interdisciplinary knowledge. And there is really strict. There is a plan there that you have to adhere to, and already we're adhering to this plan. And again, when you have all the creative approach here, there's very clear rules of the game. Is also feedback and responsibilities built in. So I just wanted to clarify. So there is nothing left unsaid. So thank you. And moreover, MIPT is open to this kind of interdisciplinary collaboration. As a head of the MIPT Center, I'm very much interested in this. So everything could be very interesting and could have a great future. Also, in the Priority 2030, there was this contest. It probably is going to happen next year. The interdisciplinary laboratories, there was a contest. So you can see on the MIPT website, this is the adult, so-called grown-up laboratory, young people, and then MIPT wants not only integrate, but also generate a new type of knowledge in social sciences and humanities. And I think Grigori said it is just really well that we are open to collaboration, and this is where we have a lot of opportunities of joint discussion. Are there any more questions, any considerations? Just for seconds, there were many questions on translation, on the broadcast, and I don't know whether issue. Yeah, there are questions. This interest has grown more than 1,600 views now. No, there are no questions there on the broadcast. So there are no more questions. Let's move on.
Команде модераторов. А я объявлю тогда следующий доклад.
And allow me to now
Бухарова.
the next keynote speaker, Anna Bukharova.
Корпусные исследования.
Language of constructions through statistics, corpus studies of languages. Good afternoon, dear colleagues.
Должна быть. Отлично. Да, но у меня в формате PDF можно развернуть тогда просто, чтобы она была.
А можно попросить развернуть презентацию, если вам не сложно?
Покрупнее.
If you could expand it to full screen, if it's okay. Yes, thank you very much. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Anna Bukharova. I'm a postgraduate student, Department of English Lexicology, Moscow State Linguistic University. And today I would like to share my experience of study and talk about what is a grammar of constructions as a new approach to language. I will talk about what construction grammar as a new language metrics. We'll talk about corpus studies and the use of a corpus and how they can be integrated with the construction grammar, and like to discuss several case studies. So my presentation includes a discussion. So I will be asking questions, and I hope that our colleagues and those who follow us online will participate. Modern linguists ask a question: is it possible to create a model of the functioning of the language? The speaker, native speaker, and the number of questions we need to answer. What is the central unit of language, if it's a word, and how many words the native speaker knows? What else needs to be known? We know that language is fluid and changes in time, and even if we answer with a certain share of precision to these questions, it won't be enough to get a complete picture. And we have this area. But the modern language, which believes that the central unit of language is not a word, but a lexical grammar construction, and there is a close connection of grammar and lexics and fluid meaning of words within certain constructions. And simple examples is dialectalization of words of frequent occurrence in the English language. For example, if we take the word take as the conditionally primary one, then in the word combinations, there's no meaning, this meaning, but take takes its own meaning within these constructions. In Russian, it's golden fish, which the significance is not built by combining the meanings of the words. It can be zoological, of fish like a common goldfish, or it can be metaphorical meaning of luck. And depending on this meaning, we can choose how to translate it properly into English. And hence, the construction grammar suggests a very simple approach to the model of the function of the native speaker. The speaker knows constructions, and certain combinations in language are so frequent that it's worthwhile to suppose that they are stored in memory like blocks. And construction grammar considers language in a statistical manner, and it's in close collaboration with the corpus linguistics and corpus approach. So unlike internet, the corpus, the data are stored internally, and the corpus is a big electronic database with texts and speech patterns, which are selected in accordance with certain criteria. And I think everyone knows what a corpus is. So corpus studies, they're aimed at the openness of data. So today, linguistic data, linguistic studies, they acquired new status. It's status of publicly available fact. It's a commonly available fact which can be verified. And if before linguists were criticized for being subjective and intuitive when analyzing the material, then now the level of intuition and subjectivism reduced significantly. But quite often linguists collects the data from the corpus but cannot interpret them. But that's fine, because in linguistics, there's only hypothesis, and the gathering of data bears fruit because it can help generate new insights and new hypotheses. Corpus is also criticized for being too official, because the language is not just an empty set of words and phrases, but the word, it's not the ultimate goal, of course. Phrases and words, because texts and utterances, they build for communication purposes. On the other hand, corpus is a set of words and phrases which objectively reflect language behavior of the language user. In this case, corpuses are highly valuable, and materials from the corpus, they should be studied quantitatively. And the most impact in it had is in the sphere of lexicology. This is what I specialize in. And if before lexic was considered something chaotic, and sequential, it more and more becomes the object of study and is considered in connection with syntaxis. And the overall approach to analysis is inductive. So from studying specific language in how it is used in life, and then on to theory. And now case studies. First case study, getting rid of stereotyped thinking using a corpus. Here we see construction. Overall, the grammar, construction grammar works according to the most popular answer principle, like in the TV show 100 to 1. So what is the most popular answer in this construction? So let's verify it against the national corpus of the Russian language. And what we get is that this option accounts for more than 79% of all cases, but there's 21% of users which are not that frequent, and they're listed here, and they also happen. However, what is interesting is that there are more spontaneous cases, and those are cases when these two words are components of the neighboring constructions, and this approach can be used when deciphering certain text, when analyzing text, because quite often we might fall into a cycle and we keep thinking using the analogy, and the analogy is the simplest cognitive structures, and this corpus search can help us have a different look on the language and destroy our metrics of thought using the analogy only. Case study 2, construction fakes friends. And this is where I'll share the experience from my study. I work with metaphorical structures using material of the English language with precedent names. Precedent names, these are proper names which were transferred to in big God differential science.
Соответственно, это неправда.
Generic names. Some Amsterdam is Venus of the North, Mike is the Mercedes of chocolates, and this is not so. This is a metaphor, and we try to find confirmations in the British National Corpus, and this corpus has a lot of interfaces. And in order to work with this corpus, one needs to know the programming language. It's quite easy. It's in the user guide, and one of the advantages of this corpus is that you can browse for phrases, not just words, but to that end, you need to transform this phrase into corpus through query. And on the top, it's the query in the programming language, and I've added search results here, and this corpus has the function to break down by frequency, and we have performed this frequency breakdown, and this is what it looks like. And as a result, we get a lot of examples of our construction, but only 8th point belongs to our metaphoric construction. And the first 7, they look similar to what we need, but it's not what we need. It's the same, but not the same. And some of the examples are just one noun, which is composed of several words, like a geographical object, the Isle of Man, for example. It's like France. It's the construction is fine because they help the research. It really needs you go deeper into semantics of the construction I study and realize that the language is multifaceted. And sometimes it can produce these unexpected cases. And for example, in our search query, what I can do, in particular what I do, like a sort of these are metaphoric markers of comparison. We can see what the corpus will give us, and this is the sampling. And our hypothesis was right with metaphoric markers. We found more results. They indicated by the errors. Holder was of Asia, the Klondike of Wales. This is not so. This is the metaphor, and this is what we need as examples. I'll skip that. Our case study number 3 is the nature of mistakes, application of corpus and the cognitive paradigm. This is an advantage of modern language studies, that corpus can be used in the corpus cognitive paradigm, and you can start look deeper into the nature of the world and study the nature of mistakes. And this is the case where we need to study to understand the nature of actions which can be followed by whistling. And this is where I suggest looking into the national core of the Russian language and find 2 common constructions, whistling and then whistling tune. So here we have 2 constructions in Russian and the English language, but we think in the terms of cognitive paradigm. So we're interested in cognition. So in this case, translation is applicable. We're interested not just in grammar, but deeper structures, and Q signifies action. So these are the results for the national core of the Russian language, and I have put them into a table. These are types of action which can be followed by whistling. For example, moving from one location to another, then types of walking, visual perception, and some other actions. So he would approach the gate, whistling, walk to the bus stop, whistling, etc. The construction in English, we'll check it against iWeb corpus. Presently, is the biggest corpus of the existing ones. I know at least the percentage is the biggest. It includes 14 billion words, and the similar table for our construction in English. Here, it is absolutely the same as in the Russian language. It's just in English, moving from one location to another. And now we'll try manually, and this is where I'm going to need your help to select more options and to see what is appropriate and what not. He was running along the street whistling. Can we say that? Can we run and whistle at the same time? Or is it a conflict of actions? It's difficult, but it's possible, I guess. But I would probably mark that as wrong one, though maybe it's a disputable moment. He was reading a book whistling. Depends on how you read a book. I have also the option browsing through the magazine whistling.
Ага, да, очень хорошо. Но вот здесь мы все-таки чувствуем разницу. Марафон, то
Very well, and here we feel difference that if a person is running a marathon, then you can hardly expect that she will be whistling, and if jogging, then juicing is possible. Dozing on the sofa, whistling, polishing the boots, whistling. And about the sofa, it's more important. If it's static verbs, then the participles, they don't combine very well. Came home whistling. It might sound strange because when came home, it's one-time action. So the action's over. When he was entering the room whistling, that's two parallel actions. That still depends on the context. Drink tea, whistling. Sounds strange. Again, it comes with directions.
Напитка и насвистывать одновременно довольно сложно.
So it's quite difficult to whistle when you drink. So
Подбор вручную.
We have performed this selection manually, and we can gather all the components of meaning from our tables and from what we have just discussed. And I suggest
вывести значение данной конструкции.
Create the meaning of this construction. This is an important point. The construction grammar helps view the language differently, because in standard speech, we as language speakers, we don't think that construction can have this long meaning. So in this case, whistling is an active action in progress that does not involve much cognitive, physical, or oral activity, in which whistling indicates ease of performance, low level of concentration, and some degree of relaxation. The corpus study helped us gather the material and confirm the fact, confirm what we know about the nature of this action. And our final case study, and I have added it because our section is called Deciphering of Manuscripts, and I thought it might be interesting. This is using corpus for a diachronic view on the languages. And here, as an example, I would like to show the Helsinki corpus, which includes 1.5 million words. This is a corpus which covers corpus in the English, studying Old English to early New English. So the advantage of this corpus is that one can choose a specific period. Also, there are filters on dialects, territorial breakdown, and genre. And these can be prayer, philosophical, reasoning, geography, letters, personal letters, etc. And as a case, I suggest looking at London in its modern presentation with a capital letter and track how proper names are written with a capital letter, because I know that writing proper names capital letter did not happen immediately, and the results of the corpus study confirmed that. Our period from Middle English, 20th century, to the beginning of 16th century, it gives us only 80 cases of use of the word London, 27% from a small letter, lowercase letter. Then if we go further on, there are only 3 cases, 1% of the rest. And here we can draw a conclusion that in principle there are more texts, or they started writing more often, and it was easier than in the Middle English, so 98% of cases it is written with a capital letter. And let's proceed to the conclusions. On the screen you see everything I have talked about is that the construction grammar is a network of constructions in a tight connection. We consider lexics and grammar, and we said that mistakes can be not just lexical but logical and lexico-grammatical, and we said that similar word combinations can be of one structure or a different structure but similar one, And we've talked about corpus statistics and corpus approach, and a smaller section, the corpuses help us have a different view on the language and get rid of stereotypical thinking, generate new thoughts, ideas, and most importantly, what the corpuses help study the history of language in more detail and lexic. Thank you. These are my references and the references to the corpuses and my contacts.
Большое спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much for attention.
Замечания, да.
Thank you.
Есть ли замечания, вопросы?
Other questions, observations?
Несколько вопросов.
Allow me to ask several questions or clarification or share observations. You didn't go too deep into the context of historical context, but several times maybe didn't quite exactly use the temporal characteristics, what was and what is now. First, you said that grammar, construction grammar is something new. Well, novelty is relative, and I would connect construction grammar with the name of Goldberg and Filler. Goldberg is the Humanities book, and even before, so the novelty, it goes back to the previous century, the end of the previous century. It's probably a strange feature for me. Everything new for me starts with the 80s. And very well. And the second example, well, you said that before lexics were studied as lexicon was studied as a chaos, and now studied as a system. Well, then there is a too big of a break in time, because structural linguistics, it gained a system, well, first of all in lexics, and for sure then you come into the structural linguistics in Russia and the Soviet Union in the 50s, this lexical semantics of Appreciation, and definitely that wasn't chaos, but a very structured systemic thing with the use of lexical functions, etc. So it's a bit of a negligence from your side. Well, I quoted here Michael Stubbs. Michael Stubbs. This is the idea I took from his monograph. He calls this list of irregularities by no doubt. Those temporal, well, the systemic nature of lexics is the idea of the 20th century, but still the systemic nature of lexics, it's not a new thing. Right. It's just I wanted to emphasize the fact that lexicon is now viewed upon in tighter connection with grammar, and if previously it was viewed, well, again, before and now, well, one of the main ideas of Appreciation is that the vocabulary and grammar, they interact, that there are references to grammar properties and constructions, and grammar constructions send you to the vocabulary, but again, it's in the 70s. And I have a question about constructions. How do you draw borders between construction or semantics and lexics? So the question about whistling is quite indicative, and some of the limitations are not about construction, like participles, but semantics. For example, running marathon whistling is difficult. It's not about construction, but it's about the actual whistling. When you're running, it's hard to breathe and you can't whistle. So in this case, we're talking about relevant properties of the word, lexicon, and not the construction. So I didn't quite get it here. Right, I agree. I reviewed rather different approach. So what can a corpus be useful, what can be studied using corpus. To be more exact, the construction in a Russian language is not my sphere, work with materials in English only, but in this case, with whistling is an example of how can we use corpus for a more precise studying of cognitive structures, because as you have rightfully noticed, whistling is just nature of action. Thank you. As far as I understand, there are no more questions here. Thank you very much.
И, насколько я понимаю, на сегодня.
And as far as I understand, the final keynote for today,
Я прошу прощения, Флёра Сагитовна Сайфуллина.
Флёра Сайфуллина on relevance of the question of new algorithms for decryption of literary manuscripts. A PhD in philology, professor, Department of Tatar Literature, Kazan, Russia.
Yes, well, hello, dear colleagues, and can you hear me? Please closer to the mic if you could. I will try. Dear colleagues, hello. And I just want to give the most interesting spheres of work of the Kazan School of Literature Research, and taking into account the actual subject out of this forum. The sound goes. You probably have not a very good link of the internet, so please stop the video and then we could hear you. So you can stop the video and then you can just talk to us, leave the audio. One of the directions of literature science, this is textology, text research that studies and restores the most complete versions of literary pieces to be included to literature turnover, the authors, the interpretation of certain changes which were introduced by those who copied it and rewritten it. And for example, in Tatar, this is the most urgent, the most complex. The problem is before the discovery of the first printing presses in Kazan, the first official in Asia was in the beginning of the 19th century. In 1808, there was the Kazan University. There were materials and dictionaries and didactic materials, and then the trade and the fiction literature has been developing, and also was added to the there was Arabic. So I'm so sorry that I get in. So if you talk, you're going to be changing the slides, or you're going to be talking. Can you?
Slide.
Can we get the second slide? Yes, yeah, that's good. I'll tell you next slide. So now tell us when the slides are coming. Yeah, so thank you. So the fiction literature, art literature was added to with the hundreds. It was Arabic script that was used, and then Islam, and it was the great Bulgaria in 10th century in 922 Islam, and then until the alphabet was replaced in 1928, and then 938, 940s, there was this Latin, and then there was more than 10 years it was, and then it was Cyrillic, and then before that, after Tatars, they used Arabic script everywhere, and the options in Arabic graphics that differed was about 10. There was a variety was about 10. It was most widespread was in the Volga region. There was Nazca, which Quran is written in source, and then artistic literature Pufi, and there were various calligraphy options. So this fact gives us the particular difficulties of reading literature, fiction literature, when comparatively studying various texts and restoring the most complete versions of literature texts. Some of them are preserved just by parts in different archives, museums, etc., which were written and rewritten by shaykhs of various madrasah and their teachers. New research, new scientific research and rediscoveries in digital technologies make it possible for the researchers to have more effective solution. The information of the most recent years, which makes it possible to periodically you can see in the internet that you can see here there are certain. You can change the slide, please. Yeah, and there's certain information that is to do with techniques of the newest information technologies, deciphering, decoding of ancient texts. So these materials you can. Yeah, next slide. And these news and spheres attract attention of my colleagues, the philologists, researchers. This causes lively interest. The Tatar literature and people doing textological research. The research library. Yeah, can you change the slide? The Lobachevsky Library of the Kazan Federal University, next, is one of the richest library of Russia that has more than 6 million books on various in various academic areas. Next slide. And the manuscript and rare book is one of the largest centers where collections of ancient manuscripts and rare books are kept. More than 200 years of this library, the unique collection has been gathered. About 150,000 in Eastern, Slavic, and Western languages, pieces, really rare pieces. And the next slide, the foundation is particularly, this is robographic collections, which are more than 13,000 storage units, which one of the earliest ones, earliest manuscript, this is the Arabic dictionary and Eastern languages, Arabographic, Islamic medicine, astronomy, and particular interest works. There are dictionaries and literally corrections of famous Tatar writers and poets. The library has there are studies from different higher education establishments of Russia and abroad, and they also do their own, make their own discoveries, and these collections of our library and the Department of Rare books and manuscripts. There's other colleges, scientists come here, and there is it's an interesting source here. This is just an example. This is not just a rare on Tatar literature, but also other people's and manuscripts. Then the next slide. The manuscript and rare book department of Lobachevsky Library is not the only center of Tatar science where we have manuscript literary text, and the center of written music heritage in Ibrahimov University, Mirashana, that is a place where this is the knowledge, direct translation from Tatar. This is the place where there is a heritage of people's knowledge is kept. So there's quite a rich of Arabographic and Latin handwritten material. And the key goal of the center, this is gathering and storage, and the difference is only in that Miratskhanaya is not only the storage place, but also research and study center and science center where these materials are studied. The collections have 170 more than 170 personal archives, writers, composers, and theatre figures, more than 40,000 manuscripts, and 3,000 rare books, and a number of tens of thousands of rare manuscripts. So this is the basis of sources for the humanitarian specialists. Amongst the units that stored here, the materials not only ancient literature, but also, as I said, we have materials on medicine, astrology, astronomy, jurisprudence, and that includes the Muslim law as well as involving literature. And all of this, all the collections of the center, are replenished by, can you change the slide? The unique source basis for the Humanitarian Specialist Center gets materials from, next slide, materials of annual next, archaeological and folklore ethnographic expeditions, field trips, and for many years people have been working on literature in Tatarstan and well beyond Tatarstan, gathering these pieces. And in presentation, I wanted to show the results of this center, the result of work. If we notice this slide, then as an example, just one surname, Hoja Badegi, that's the name. There is 310 units of handwritten documents. Next slide. The epigraphic monument studies the sphere of research that is reading the text, Arab-orographic texts. And at the moment, people are both field and research work in epigraphic literature. So this is the tombstones, for example, that the Miroslav Center are studying that, and please look at the geographic spread of these field trips. This is all administrative regions of Tatarstan and well beyond Tatarstan as well known. There's only a quarter of Tatar population live in Tatarstan. The others live in the Russian Federation and abroad. For example, on this slide, we have Arabographic tombstones and monuments studied by researchers in Saratov and Irkutsk, in Samara region, and then a number of slides show you these are the materials presented here. So similar materials and the direction. The sphere of work of this department of manuscript and rare books demand very active textologies work, meticulous work of Arabic scripts, Arabic graphics, and Arabic old Tatar and Tatar, modern Tatar language, development of IT technologies, artificial intelligence. You can change the slide. We are coming to summary now of our keynote, and the development of these technologies of artificial intelligence, of course, and could have been more resultive, more effective in literature studies. There's the problems with Tata textological science, and we try to convey in this keynote. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much for the extremely informative keynote. And if there are any questions or considerations, then I would ask 1 or 1.5 questions. And, well, really, it is most interesting. You told us about the work of the library and the research collections, but I wanted to point out a number of slides with the information on the IT methods, the use of neutral networks.
94%, если я не ошибаюсь.
And if I'm not mistaken, what have you built into the neutral networks? So what are based on? So, for example, dictionaries. For example, the Peter the Great's Russian dictionary or Tibetan manuscripts, so the dictionary and then the text recognition, what's for the old Russian, old Slavonic, and the various word formats. So all of these things are all things used to get these results. So it's absolutely necessary. And the other half of the question, what are the plans? Why Tibetan manuscripts? Why are you putting emphasis there? What languages, what text are you viewing? You as in you, the users of these IT methods. Thank you for your question. Our slides presented these materials because they just piqued our interest because through the fact that in the world there is so many discoveries in these directions that would help us also to decipher and decode our own sources without too much of a meticulous work on actual reading of the text. So handling text, these are examples how today how much advanced the IT technologies are at the moment in reading and decoding of various sources, and we would want to raise the issue to ask the question involving our own literature that was written on Arabographically and the calligraphy of and writing, so to say, to show that it is that these slides were there to just show that in the world there is so many discoveries have been done, and we need to work along the similar lines, and we do have plenty to work with. And this is our keynote is kind of informative, just information on the volumes of the work that is writing us, and these collections, very little study. There would be of great help if IT technologies helped us, if we could get that. And today in Tatarstan, it's the work of University of Minneapolis and these physical technical sphere of the Kazan Federal University, which are dealing with building the vocabulary corpuses, and we're doing the quite down-to-earth work, and this is a reading of the text and the transmission of the meaning of these pieces of these sources. So this is how I answer. Thank you very much for your question. Thank you very much, and I think that your future is very close to what Yelena is doing. Yeah, the previous speaker, I totally agree with that. There's quite active, huge work is done by them, and we want to work along the similar lines too. Thank you. Any more considerations? Reflections? I do have a question. So you just wanted to thank you for the keynote. And is there, for example, in the Kazan University, in your university, certain structures, subdivisions, which work on set of issues that you've announced in applicable to those gems collected in your center of heritage of handwritten and musical. Yeah, thank you very much for your questions and for the attention that you paid to our keynote. And there is a group of researchers that are building a vocabulary copy And at a level of building this with these vocabularies, which then in the future will help the literature studies, literature research, and together with literature scientists, literature researchers, the effective programs or grants, unfortunately, I can't boast
Большое. Есть еще
of any. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Questions online. Grigory, I will read us. Thank you very much. But this is to the previous speaker, yeah, to the previous speaker. Let's thank our colleague and let's thank our colleague from Kazan. Let's move to the previous speaker.
Значит, я тут мониторю. Я сегодня, вот у меня появилась возможность, сегодня одна секция.
And now I have the opportunity. This is just one section, so it's not 2-3 sections like yesterday. The day before and 2 days ago, so I can even see online what people share.
So Vladislav Salangin,
который сегодня уже давал ряд вопросов. Тут, видимо, где-то
was already
1-2 вопроса.
asked several questions. I guess there are 1 or 2 questions, but they're quite broad.
Значит, приветствую вас. Фаня Аркадьевна.
So hello. Good day. How do you continuity of scripts on Russian English? Can we use discrete structure of language as a vulnerability in computations? And the question is about national and artificial intelligence. Also, was of interest are patterns of synaptic connections of the carriers. So are there any differences in the structures if you have that info? And the question about optical computations in any languages, taking into account the, and later on, I think there's an attempt to give a comment to that, and I think not deterministic nature of Russian helps it Russian to fuse processes smoother. So we do listen to professional linguist. It would be great to see this question in written form.
Так, по-моему, у меня есть ваш телефон. Есть? Мы с вами созванивались, да? Давайте сделаем так. Я сейчас вам пришлю прямо ссылочку на эту страницу.
Так, а трансляция...
I think I have you.
У нас трансляция
в Телеграм-канале была ссылка. Это на Ютубе или...
Нет, смотрите, у нас...
This on YouTube. We are on VK. So I'm sending a link, and I think it has been. I see it has been delivered. If you can push on that page and scroll down, and then the technology help. Yes, I see it.
О, еще что-то, как коллега написал.
The colleague added some more words there. And we have almost 1,700 views, and that's starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. So I think we'll get more views than the plenary session combined with the first day on artificial intelligence and the opening ceremony. So I've just prepared this. The most popular is the first day, where the opening ceremony was, then the plenary session, and the session on artificial intelligence. And there was also very popular from the very view of votes, point of view of views. That's a section on expert assessment, and there was a roundtable discussion on expertise in charity projects. What one of our colleagues did. And this is School of Business of High Technology, so MIPT partnership with Sberbank, which is our general sponsor. So this project is being implemented as part of the project 2030, and the responses and the Sberbank.
Удалось ознакомиться с
And Arkadina, have you had a chance to read the comments? Yes, but as far as I understand, not everything is downloaded. I'll try to answer what I see. Just well, first of all, it's great that people have their thoughts and associations in comparison with the report. In my view, these questions are of more technical nature, and as far as I understand, Vladislav, who from this is an engineer, I must say that I'm a linguist, so I don't quite understand what are optical computations and can't give comments regarding optical calculations. I work with the corpuses as a user. Corpuses can be, you can build your own corpuses, but well, his question is sort of an interruption. How would you assess the continuity on terministic nature of Russian? Would you be able to comment on that? That's an interesting question. It just, I thought this is just an interface, a thing which linguists might comment upon. What is meant by continuity here? Okay. Who is the linguist here?
Ну, я могу сказать вот что. Это вопрос относится и...
Well, what I can say, this is the question is belongs to the technical sphere of what the corpuses look like. Or this question is about the language. I think it would be difficult to compare the language using whatever criteria, but these are languages from different spheres. I think it's a problem of terminology and terminology from a different science. It's continuity. It's not in linguistic sense, but something else. But it's difficult to conduct the discussion without one of the participants. In any case, thank you for the questions.
Владислав, что я могу сказать?
Very well, thank you, Vladislav. What I can say, the questions I asked them, in principle, these are open sessions and you can join. Tomorrow we'll have a session in Dolgoprudny. Now we're in the very center of Moscow, in a historical building, which is mentioned in the Nekrasov poem, For Whom Life is Good in Russia. And this building was built in the mid-19th century. And tomorrow, several sections in MIPT in the concert hall. The access is free, and if you still have questions remaining, you can come up and share them. And I would be glad, and my colleagues would be glad to welcome you. Thank you. And I'll add quickly in my presentation, you can contact me on Telegram on contact and then discuss it if needed. Thank you. We can call it a day, I think. And Inna Naumovna, as a moderator, thank you, colleagues. Despite a small number of keynotes, we saw some intersections and we talked about different aspects. And we managed, at least thematically. And I believe that our local specific scenarios are correctly built into those large-scale projects, large-scale objectives, which were set during the first days of the conference and discussed at different sessions. I believe that what's left is one more day, penultimate culmination of an ultimate day, and we imagine what it's going to be, so we can complete this session and think about tomorrow. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, and I remind that like Naumovna said, that tomorrow is the final day of the Congress. We'll have 4 sections, and we'll have colleagues from Belgium, Germany, and China. And it is also possible that we will have more colleagues
присоединиться.
who were not able
Все
to join
сессии
us
будут в концертном зале
before.
МФТИ,
So all
главного
those sessions will be in the
города
concert hall of MMPT.
Соответственно, посмотреть на сайте, да,
So you can follow the broadcast on our webpage, Humanities Vs Sciences is the webpage.
вот.
Humanities
Далее
Vs Sciences.events, and
трансляция, да.
then on the menu there's a broadcast and the broadcast in BK, the Russian language, and the broadcast on YouTube. And you can read the program which is available there on the main page and on the webpage in the booklet with photographs of keynote speakers with the information in Russian and English. So please join. We'll be glad to see you there. We thank our keynote speakers, our technical service, and moderators. Professor Tangaus, and I thank the hospitable building and the host here close to Metro Novokuznetsk, and personally Novana Frolova, who helped us organize all that, and our partner Olga Kuksova, who was the external organizer of every aspect connected with the every aspect of this event. Thank you very much.
Удачи вам, до свидания.
See you tomorrow.
Всего наилучшего всем.